Just give me a thumbs up on it. Ready? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry about the late start. We're about to get started. Okay. So good afternoon again, and welcome to this Marine Industry Forum. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Lorna Smith, OBE, Minister responsible for Financial Services and Economic Development, PS of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sustainable Development, Mr. Joseph Smith Abbott, Deputy Secretary for Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sustainable Development, Mr. Malvern Bradwith, and Deputy Financial Secretary, Jeremy Vanterpool. I am Sarah Wheatley Francis, and on behalf of the Ministry of Financial Services, Economic Development and Digital Transformation, and the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sustainable Development, I would like to thank all of you for being here today and for taking the time to participate in this important discussion. We do hope that you would find it both meaningful and productive. This forum initially came about from a business development perspective, following discussions Honorable Lorna Smith, OBE, had with persons within the industry, particularly around the experiences of water taxi and day charter operators and concerns being raised by Virgin Islanders about their participation in the yachting industry. What became clear from those conversations is that there's a need for a number of important issues to be ventilated in a wider discussion. We hope that today's forum can be a starting point for a more meaningful cross-sectoral collaboration around the maritime tourism industry. And there's an opportunity for us to have a more coordinated conversation about how we support its development and, more importantly, how we create greater opportunities for Virgin Islanders. Now, we deliberately wanted this to be interactive, so this is not intended to be a series of presentations where we tell you what we think about the marine industry, about what it should look like, about what it is, and then we all go away. We wanted to bring together people from different parts of the sector, industry operators, government, education, training, and other stakeholders so that we can hear the different perspectives and begin the broader conversation. That is why you will see that we have structured today's program around a number of short presentations followed by 2 panel discussions. The first panel is Beyond Sailing, Building the Generation of Next BVI Marine Tourism Operators. We will look at the current and future needs of the industry, including the change in visitor expectations, the guest experience, competitiveness, and what businesses need to be thinking about as the industry evolves and how policies can better facilitate business in this space. The second panel is Marine Careers and Industry Development, which will focus on our people, the opportunities that exist, the skills and qualifications needed, the barriers to local participation, and what government, education, and the industry can do to create stronger pathways into the marine sector. But more importantly, the conversations does not end with the panels. We've included time for questions and discussion because we want to hear from you. The questions we've prepared for the panelists are only intended to be a starting point, just to get the conversation moving. They're not intended to limit the discussion at all. So as you listen, if there are issues that are raised that you want to explore further, if there are any additional perspectives that you think need to be heard, or if there are any questions that you feel we have not addressed, please feel free to raise them. We'll pass the mic along and we'll be happy to answer and further discuss. We don't want anyone to leave here feeling that we've simply told you what we think the priorities need to be. This forum is an opportunity for us to listen as well. Ultimately, the objective is to start the conversation, one that can continue beyond today, about how we strengthen the marine sector, create greater opportunities for local businesses and professionals, develop the talent that we need, and ensure that the BVI remains competitive while allowing our people to meaningfully participate within the marine economy. So thank you again for joining us, and we hope you will find it engaging, ask questions, share your experiences, and most importantly, feel comfortable having an honest and constructive conversation. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Honorable Lorna Smith for some brief welcome remarks.
Thank you very much, Zaira. Good afternoon, everybody. And I really hope that the cameras are capturing behind me. I mean, what better setting could we have had for this dialogue than here at the moorings? And we do thank you, Peter Cochran, and the rest of the mooring staff for agreeing that we could collaborate in this manner. As Sarah said, this conversation or this discussion started on Virgin Gorda, I have to say. And I see a number of persons here from Virgin Gorda where we had a very lively discussion. Shireen will bear me out on this. A very lively discussion around day charters versus term charters, as well as water taxis. And the whole question arose around whether the BVI had not just the quantity, but the quality of boats that could strengthen and could develop this important marine sector. And we continued our discussion. We had Mr. John Samuels come in. He's looking straight ahead. You can look at me. Come in the week after so that we could corroborate, or on the other hand, what's the opposite of corroborating? Disagreeing with the points that were made on Virgin Gorda. So we had that interesting discussion. And we also had people like Julian Johnson, who could not be here, of Island Time, come in and have a discussion with us. And then we had a discussion with the moorings. We met with Peter Cochran and Mr. Renard who's based in St. Lucia, I believe, around the issues, the concerns that BVI landers have around sailing and the whole development of the sector. The development of the sector, very importantly, and perhaps most importantly, the development of the sector that would include them and would ensure that they are meaningfully involved in the sector. I'm very happy to see all of you here today. I hate to start singling out people because then I get into all kinds of trouble. But in addition to those mentioned by Syra Wheatley, I have to recognize the chairman of our tourist board, Mrs. Delma Maduro. Thank you for being here. I recognize the chairman of the crude sector, Janet Oliver. I recognize, and I'm going to stop there because I'm going to get into so much trouble. Aside from saying I'm also seeing representatives from Anegada as well. I don't see anyone. Do I see anyone from Joost van Dyke? No. But this was expected to be a territorial-wide discussion. And I'm very happy to see all of you here this afternoon. I want to also say that this is not just business development or a trade department function or a Ministry of Trade and Business Development function. We recognize the collaboration that is necessary between ourselves and the Ministry of Tourism. And let me say straight off that the Minister for Tourism is still in the House, Honorable Luce Hodge. The Premier we are expecting to be here, who of course is responsible ultimately for both sectors. And other members of the House who are interested in being here. So they are expected to be here as well. One point I want to touch on, and I also want to recognize the media for being here. Thank you very much for attending. I don't think that we should be in any way shy to speak our truth because the media is here. There is one thing that I want to touch on before I take my seat, and that is the ease of doing business in the territory. I am not going to sit here or stand here and say that it is easy. It is not. In order for business to succeed, we require the support of the departments of immigration, the Department of Labor, the Department of Trade, and of course, it has to be, of course, we have to include the private sector. And when I say we require their collaboration, we require them to act quickly, to act expeditiously, and to act sensibly. We have to recognize as public servants, and I speak as a public servant, that our salaries, our way of life in the territory depends on the industry, the two industries of financial services and tourism. So to the extent that we provide the requirements that are needed to fuel the engines, those two engines, those double engines, we as a territory will continue to prosper. We have done some things well, but there are a number of things that we ought to do better. One of the things that we hear all the time, and I think we're going to talk about it this afternoon, and you don't want to hear too much more from me, this whole thing about what it takes really to command one of those boats out there, to skipper, to run one of those boats out there, to take it to Anegada without problems. And sometimes you hear that it takes more than getting a qualification as a skipper. You hear that those soft skills, whatever those are needed. And we're going to talk about those things. And I want to hear your input. I want to hear from you in terms of what you think the government ought to be doing better. Zaira refers to a conversation, but we want to leave here with some action points, some things that we could do better. This evening, we're going to go up until 8:30 because we don't want the persons from Virgin Gorda to miss their ferries. And this is, as Peter started to say when I came in, this is the start, we hope, of several conversations about how we could improve the sector. I finally want to say thank you to all of our panelists who are here for giving of their time, and we look forward to their discussions. I'm very happy that the sessions are going to be, both of them are going to be moderated by, I keep forgetting, Adriana. Adriana, I don't know, where is she? They are going to be moderated by Adriana, who is going to, we know, will do an excellent job. Feel free to have a discourse with her, with the panelists. Again, I thank all of them for being here. And I myself will now take my seat and listen to the discussions that will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. So moving swiftly along, we'll have our first presentation by Mr. Jerome Padmore, the Chief Marine and Safety Officer from the Premier's Office.
Good afternoon, everyone. First off, my name is Jerome Padmore. I am the Chief Marine Accident Investigator at the Premier's Office. All right, that's for those of you that are not familiar with me. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak here today, to have this conversation with you all regarding this very important topic, especially to me, which is safety. All right, so as the Chief Marine Accident Investigator, my role is to understand the causes of marine accidents, identify key lessons, and support practical improvements to prevent future occurrences. Today, I'm just going to speak briefly about the importance of safety within the industry and how safety protects our customers, our assets, the marine environment, and the Virgin Islands' reputation as a leading destination for marine tourism. Safety is not separate from marine tourism. It is fundamental to the industry's success. Customers may not have access to every inspection, every competence assessment, or every maintenance record, but they experience outcomes through reliable vessels, professional captains, and well-managed charters. A serious accident can impact lives, business, the environment, and confidence in the destination. Therefore, raising the safety standards within the territory not only strengthens individual companies, but also benefits the broader tourism. Our role. So, as the Chief Marine Accident Investigator, I am the head of the Marine Safety Investigation and Reporting Authority. It is a relatively new unit under the remit of the Premier's Office. All right, and the MSIRA, which I affectionately refer to it as the MSIRA, is the Virgin Islands Independent Marine Safety Accident Investigation Body. Operators and charter companies have a legal responsibility to report accidents and incidents and cooperate with safety investigations. The MSIRA investigates occurrences impartially to determine what happened, why it happened, and as I said, to prevent it. Collaboration with the industry occurs through discussing findings, implementing recommendations, and improving practices. This also supports the territory's international responsibilities under the relevant IMO framework. So I've broken down today's discussion into my 4 pillars of safety, all right? And these are competent operators, code-compliant vessels, effective accident reporting, and a strong safety culture. No pillar operates effectively by itself. A compliant vessel can still be placed at risk by an operator who is unsuitable for the voyage, while a competent operator can be undermined by a defective vessel or defective equipment. And poor reporting procedures or commercial pressure are all the issues that have been found during many investigations. So first, we're going to just touch on competent operators. I just want to say, certification, a captain's license, provides a minimum qualification, but true competence also requires experience, judgment, vessel familiarization, and knowledge of local waters. Pre-departure briefings, something that's general to charter companies, should therefore be more than routine walkthroughs. They provide an opportunity to assess whether the customer's or the captain's competence matches the vessel, the intended voyage, and expected conditions. Where limitations are identified, companies can provide further instruction, recommend a new skipper, or adjust the operating areas. This assessment can prevent avoidable accidents. Code-compliant vessels. Compliance with the applicable code is not simply an administrative requirement. It provides safety barriers relating to the construction, the stability, your machinery, fire protection, and all your navigation and life-saving equipment and appliances on board. Compliance also provides an important safeguard in the event of a serious accident by demonstrating that you have recognized that the safety standards needed to be met and they were maintained. But however, compliance must exist every day, not only when you're doing a survey. Defects must be recorded and addressed. Repeated machinery problems should be properly investigated, and safety critical equipment must remain serviceable through your charter season. Reporting accidents. Again, reporting is not only a legal responsibility, but an essential part of improving safety. Early reporting allows evidence to be preserved during investigations, including photographs, electronic navigational data, maintenance records, and damaged equipment. But most importantly, reporting accidents help all of us identify trends that we may not necessarily see during our everyday operations. It helps identify possible solutions and improvements through recommendations. Safety investigations aim to prevent occurrences, not assign blame or determine liability. And last but not least, safety culture. Safety culture is demonstrated through everyday decisions, whether employees report defects, whether management supports safe day-to-day operations, or whether commercial pressure overrides safety. Staff should be able to raise concerns without fear. Appropriate personal protective equipment should always be used along with life-saving equipment, especially when out at sea. Emergency drills should be conducted regularly, and hazards and near misses should be discussed openly. A company's safety culture is not defined by its written policies alone. It is defined by the behavior that management encourages, rewards, and accepts. Now, for the year of 2026, we've had over 20 plus accidents recorded. Most of them have been collisions. We've had a few groundings and some fires. All right, I won't get too much into statistics, but again, these are how we identify trends and work on improving certain aspects of the industry. For me personally, one of the areas that I feel we need to look at is our fire safety within these marinas. One vessel being engulfed in flames here could result in losing millions of dollars worth of assets. And lastly, I just want to say safety is a shared responsibility. No one individual, no one agency or organization can make the change we need. It needs to be a collective effort. By raising the standards, we protect our customers, our businesses, and our lovely marine environment. All right? And most of all, our reputation. All right, guys? So thank you very much for listening. That's it for me. Any questions, anyone? Sure. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Lawrence Weekly. My question is what you do any different than what shipping registry is mandated to do? Is it a whole different department? Do you work along with shipping registry?
No, it is indeed different. So the shipping registry, they have a separate mandate. They're a registry, right? They code vessels, inspect vessels, and so forth, and deal with other aspects within the law. I conduct safety investigations, all right, and strictly safety investigations. It is independent from all other agencies to maintain that impartiality during these investigations. So it's completely separate.
So shipping registry is not mandated to cover safety.
They are, but they have their own mandates. All of us have separate mandates in some form or the other.
Okay, so is it conflicting with them? Is it?
It is not conflicting at all, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Janet Brin. I just had a quick question. Does the work you do involve safety around the docks or the ports themselves?
It can,
Okay.
right? It's mostly at sea, but for example, I mentioned that we had a few fires, right? And fires, that's one of the areas that we investigate. One of the fires, or actually both of the fires, were at marinas. So the investigation would surround, emergency drills, safety surrounding the marinas, and how we can prevent fires in the future, what we can do, and stuff like that. So yes, it can.
Good afternoon. Can you tell us a little bit about the specific legislation and codes that govern your work? I know that under the shipping registry, I think you both are governed by certain international laws and so on. Can you be a bit more specific about the areas that govern your work?
Right. Sure, no problem. So specifically for Marine Safety Accident Investigation, out of the Merchant Shipping Act, you have the Merchant Shipping Accident and Investigation Regulations of 2020, and that is what empowers me to conduct these safety investigations. So it's the Merchant Shipping Accident Investigation and Reporting Regulations 2020. Any further questions? Sure. You have a question? I think someone has a question over here.
Can you raise your hand, please, so that I can identify you?
No?
No?
All right, then. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Padmore. We'll now have Mr. Emery Pemberton giving a short presentation on the National Sustainable Development Plan and how the industry fits into it.
Good afternoon, all. Great, excellent. My name is Emery Pemberton. I am a policy analyst in the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Sustainable Development. And I would first like to thank you for the opportunity to be given a chance to address you. My work is specifically around the National Sustainable Development Plan. For some of you that don't know, we have a 15-year planning document that was approved just a few years ago, and we are currently continuously on the way of applying it, integrating it. So the plan has been created, and now we're moving beyond creating a plan, just making it available, but now also showing how we are making this plan integrated into what we do in government. And this plan is not just a government plan, there is a whole of society approach that comes along with this plan. We need to have the partnerships between government and the private sector, and this is why we are here. The BVI reaps assets are over 30,000 acres, and when we look at our territory, we normally say small islands, but when we have done the work putting together this national plan, we like to say we are large ocean states. So we know that this conversation around the marine sector is definitely needed and is necessary. Marine tourism sits exactly where two of our sector strategies meet, which is marine and fisheries and tourism and hospitality. This is not a niche case. This is an overlap, but it's very specific, so we can see that some of the comments that I make would reflect some of the marine sector and also tourism. The national plan is a 15-year roadmap with 6 national goals and also which transitions into 3-year cycles, and it's not a government-only document, which is what I said earlier. And one of the lines from the plan it says is that government policy and private capabilities have to combine because we cannot do this one without the other. It means that government cannot implement this plan by itself, and neither can the private sector. So why is marine and fisheries specifically necessary? The plan explicitly states that public-private collaboration for managing our marine space is not implied, it's written, so it's there in the plan. There is a space between these two sectors. And the strategy speaks to increasing local participation in the blue economy, marine tourism, and is named right within the plan. On the tourism side, there's a comparison commitment to resilient, sustainable tourism industry and people's priority word quoting, open quote, we do not want to be workers, we want to be owners and investors, close quote. That's the posture that the people have brought to us within the consultation. So that means that just by us showing up here, that means that we all have an interest within this sector. And just to name a few targets, or 1 or 2 I may mention, we want to increase partnerships in the place to address coral bleaching, alongside mangrove and salt pond restoration. Not to make it sound like it's an environmental campaign, but we know that we do have to protect our natural assets because our tourism is based on our natural environment. So our natural environment does add to our economic activity. Within the marine tourism sector, we have charters, divers, marine tourism operators that sit both across these sectors, which is the marine sector and fisheries, and also the tourism hospitality. That means 2 sets of commitments apply at once. Conserving investments and sustainable practices to maintain our tourism side and also our local sourcing for employment, sustainable certification on the tourism side, and understanding that we are right within the middle, understanding that coral and coral protection is important, and also very important is data partnership. We need to have data, not just because we want to regulate the industry, but because when we're formulating policies, if we do not have data, then it basically is not a reflection of the industry. It's not exact, it's not precise. So we really want policies that reflect the reality, and we want policy recommendations. So when it comes to understanding the tourism patterns, where they're going, what they want to do, where they're spending most of their time, this data is definitely necessary so we understand the implications of how the economy is being impacted when policies are being developed. Of course, there's also the need for infrastructure, places to land, places for boats and yachts to dock up and share the space that we all have. And just to, and I promise I won't be long, understanding what this means at the international level, we are also proving that the work that you do, the work that we do, then puts us on that international scale. We can compare what our activities doing in the region internationally, providing data, how we're progressing within this plan. We are a few years in, but the plan runs up to 2036. So that's a 15-year time span. So we are continually working within this range, and that's just my quick share for you guys. The plan, if there are any other questions on how it specifically matters to this industry, I'll be happy to share more information with you. I wanted to have a PowerPoint slide and show you some pretty images, but that was not possible today. So thank you. Any questions? Feel free. I'll allow 2 questions. There's 1 question over. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Just really quick, where are you producing the data from the study so far? How can we already start using the data that you're collecting? Are you collecting any data already?
Well, this is where we're talking about the partnership. The data that would normally would be in the Central Statistics Office, but this is why we need this partnership, because the relationship is the data has to be provided by industry professionals, the persons who are actually doing the work. How much persons are coming in, where are they going? So our plea here is to say that we need the data that you guys have to be provided to the relevant agencies, and then we can move forward in collaborating and providing. But the Central Statistics Office is the hub for data that you guys can ask questions. One more question? There we go. Okay.
Forgive me. Technically, we should have the data, don't we?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah.
The Central
So-
Statistics Office, yeah.
Because you're collecting it from, like, customs, immigration.
Yeah, all of the agencies are providing the data. So where we're sitting right now in the policies, we also getting the data as well. But I'm not in that department.
You're not in that department.
I'm not in that department. yeah.
Okay.
So I won't answer the specific data questions, unfortunately.
Okay. Shelley, you had your answer? Okay.
Yeah, so it's really about the partnership, understanding that yes, there is data that's provided to customs, in whichever departments and ministries, shipping registry, but it's to improve the relationship in data being transferred.
Basically, you're using this data to create policies and write policies for the Virgin Islands?
Yes. To improve the policies that we write, data has to be provided to go along with the policies that are being written. We want to have the evidence. It's all about evidence-based data. So that's the reality of the data that we're asking for. And we're talking about data capturing, data sharing, data providing that will improve the quality of the data that we have.
So then this is a good thing, even though you've already put the cart before the horse, because there are policies that have been put in place over the last year that have adversely affected the industry. And had there been proper use of the data that you should have been collecting, then we would not be faced with those type of policies, yes? Rhetorical.
Excellent question. But, can you give an example? We just asked to have an example of what you're referring to specifically.
Well, what I'm referring to in our industry, in the marine industry, I represent the ferries and I represent water taxis and day charters. Those are the things that we're into. Recently, you raised, not you particularly, but the government raised our licensing fees, let's say, from $250 a year to $8,000 a year.
Yep.
So was there any consideration done, was any data collected to realize that there are different tiers within the industry, some that could afford $8,000 because they probably have one guest on a boat of 12 that are paying $15,000, let's say, each. Then you have the smaller water taxis that barely made, let's say, $1,000 to transfer 6 people from point A to point B. How many charters that little small company would have to do to not only make back that 8,000, because that's what it's about, to make back the investment that they have to make to upkeep their vessel, like the first person about safety and fire control and all of that. All these things have to go into the vessel for when ship registry comes to certify these vessels. Ship registry's fees have also gone up, and they charge anywhere from $150 an hour and up, depending on what they're coming to do with inspections and so on and so forth. So take my vessel. One of my vessels cost me nearly $4,000 a year just to get it licensed. It haven't even moved one passenger yet. So when I say, if you're collecting this data, which they've been doing for years, how many passengers come here, how many people are doing what, how many go sailing. I mean, moorings wouldn't have 100 and something yachts if they weren't bringing guests here. So the question then raises that, what about the government's investing in our infrastructure? Why didn't they use this data for that? Look at the ferry terminals. West End is still temporary, and before that one was destroyed, it was temporary. Road Town has not been improved, and not since the hurricanes of 2017. But yet they want to spend all this money to extend the airport. At the end of the day, the BVI has how many beds for heads? How many yachts to hold how many people? So the data, how is this data being used to create policies and to ensure that local Virgin Islanders, as well as the expatriates that have come and invested into the BVI, can have a better return on their investment? Because how can we then continue to have interns and trainees and hire employees if the data is not being used to ensure that people that are not in our industry understand how our industry works? Okay?
Great. Okay. I won't give a full response to that, but I appreciate you sharing, and this is exactly why we're here, to bring these things in. And just before I leave, I just want to mention that I did highlight as well that we do have data availability, but I also talked about the quality of data, because as we go into different policies now, there's different questions that the public would like to ask, and we would like to make sure that we're able to provide different levels of quality data. So we're also enhancing the data infrastructure that we have as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pemberton. We'll now have what I call the warm-up to panel one, which is a brief presentation by Mr. John Samuel.
She did say brief. She didn't tell me brief before, but Honorable Smith, Honorable Dawson, PSAs, FS, stakeholders, welcome to all of you. The BVI's commercial maritime space continues to be an exciting and awesome space. The number of overnight yachts continues to increase, and more exciting is the apparent willingness of owners to invest in larger yachts to be BVI-based storm charter yachts. The day trip water taxi industry continues to have tremendous potential, and I am indeed pleased to see the level of participation by young BVI landers, and in particular, BVI young men who have chosen to go into this space. I often give deep thought to the birthing and evolution of an individual person, and the fact that we are born where we are born. We do not have a say or choice in the matter, and we must therefore work with the cards as they are laid. If you think about this on a global scale, there are children in war-torn areas of the world to whom this might seem unkind. But we are born here in the British Virgin Islands, a beautiful, peaceful, stable country with great weather 90% of the time. We live where others dream of vacationing, and guests spend thousands to bring their families to the British Virgin Islands. To bring their families to the British Virgin Islands because we are not second-rate. Virgin Islanders are entrusted with this awesome space, and that should engender feelings of entitlement, which we are often accused of having too much of. But it should also make us feel responsible for its care and to leave it better than we met it, so that our descendants can benefit from it as we did. That betterment relates not only to the environmental matters, but also the economic state of Virgin Islanders within that space. We should rightfully eat from the bread basket that this space provides, and perhaps we should be purposeful about not scraping the crumbs from the back of that line, but structuring where we are in that line. This is where the government comes into the picture, as they're the government, or we the government, if you see me with my Visma hat, are collectively responsible for defining and structuring frameworks which foster the growth and development of a suitable service product. We do require support and partnerships from other BVI sectors to make this a sustainable success for the British Virgin Islands. And as a consequence, I am pleased and excited that this discussion is beginning to happen today. So, why is John Samuel up here today, you ask? Perhaps in your mind you say, not this guy again, especially after the last marathon of stakeholder engagements leading up to the CRVL amendments, which went well or not so well, depending on who you ask. With Visma's role in the maritime space, and perhaps the way I think about things, perhaps someone thought that I might have a unique perspective about these things. But before we get heavily into the subjects of the day, on behalf of Visma, and I see two members of my team here, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to this industry for your partnership in keeping the waters of the BVI safe. Visma is the safety regulator, and of course, I must mention maritime safety. But maritime safety underpins what we all do. And the BVI's commercial recreational industry depends and relies on its reputation as a safe space. We cannot let our guard down, and we must continue to be vigilant about maritime safety. I will commit that Visma will continue to do what Visma is mandated to do, which sometimes feels intrusive, and sometimes we are a pain, but that is the nature of regulatory enforcement. At the end of the day, this is a partnership, a balanced dance. We do work together to keep our guests, your clients safe, and this is not optional. Thank you for working with us. This is very important to our tourism, this destination, the quality of the BVI as a destination, and the reputation of this destination. I will now proceed to relate some thought-provoking elements to you, some of which might also provoke some emotional feelings or reactions. When this happens, please remember that these are all meant to tease out issues and any relation to your circumstances is incidental. Calm yourself, think about the suggestions more deeply, and try to determine if these are stabilizing factors or destabilizing factors. If destabilizing, do we trash them, or do we revise them and correct them to improve them? And if stabilizing, how can we improve on them and structure them appropriately? The growth potential of the BVI commercial recreational space is currently limited by the following factors: additional anchorage destinations, airlift and hotel rooms, marina space. And just not marina space, but hurricane-safe marina space. As we grow the industry, our industry every summer has to depart for foreign waters just to keep their boats safe and to stay within their insurance requirements. So growth of our industry requires us to begin thinking about safer harbors, safe marinas. This marine space issue is very important. Marina space issue is very important because it potentially reduces owner operating costs and lengthens the season by possibly increasing summer demand, which would help the entire economy. I believe the story here is that we have to be intentional, not only about growing the space, but how we grow the space. And we have to be intentional about making sure that BVI boats and maritime business can remain viable without going foreign. The sustainability of this service area will, however, depend on the strong frameworks that I mentioned earlier. And in determining what sustainability looks like, we must discuss the following key areas: business licenses for day trips and water taxis. Discussion on who can get these licenses. Essentially, this is the lowest buy-in level in the industry in the BVI. And the question is, should it be resolved for BVI landers? Should there be restriction on fleet sizes? Should hotels and charter companies be allowed licenses? These are issues of monopoly control, pricing, sharing the resource, and making sure that BVI landers have an opportunity. Should there be a restriction on the number of licenses operating in the market space? And that is tied to a couple of factors. It is tied to the quality of the experience for the guests. We are beginning to see higher loads. It's tied to safe overnight anchorages. It is tied to how many options we have on a day-to-day basis. And if you're not active in this space, you can easily underestimate the value of the investment required to get involved in this space. There's no such thing as a cheap, good boat. And the high investment coupled with too many operators in the space could threaten business viability. And I'm just saying that, that's a possibility. I'm not saying it is, but these are things that we have to think about and consider. And if too many operators are in the space, then the issue of the quality, because of the competition for the client, the issue of the quality of the equipment and the quality of the service that we provide then comes into question. Should there be legally structured minimum requirements and control and vetting of the persons and structure of business charter arrangements? Now, to put that in simple BVI terms, the fronting issue. Our experience, even with CRVL and trying to protect the BVI lander, has been BVI landers assisting in walkarounds and sometimes selling themselves short significantly to expose a true BVI operator to competition that, in the spirit of the legislation, may not actually meet the requirement as a BVI operator. So sometimes we have to protect ourselves from ourselves. Sometimes we have to protect ourselves from each other. So the question of how we address fronting and should there be particular controls or frameworks in the legislation. Standards. Crew customer service related training. Should this be optional or mandatory? This speaks to consistent service delivery across the market. I know a lot of us travel. Sometimes you go to destinations and you're amazed at the consistency of the customer service across the framework. Do we want that consistency across the framework? Do we want BVI to again be known for particular things? And how do we frame this into our structures and legislation to have greater control to make sure it happens? So should crew training, customer service training be mandatory or optional? Should we have both quality standards, safety standards, cleanliness standards? And should be there checks? Should be there checks? Should there be checks on the standards in the board, cleanliness standards? Sometimes if you're a member in any of the charter chat groups, sometimes you see customers with some interesting complaints about yachts and what was and what wasn't and what didn't work and what worked. And we know boats are difficult to maintain and you could fix it today and tomorrow morning it doesn't work. But luckily for us, I think those complaints are not prevalent. They're few and far between. But if we want to maintain them as few and far between, then should we do something about it now? Should we wait until we have more poor quality operators than high quality operators to put something in place? So that issue of standards and cleanliness. Should we tie some of these requirements to the CRVL licensing? So should you have gone through a training course? I think we did this for the taxi industry some years ago. Should you have gone through a training course and prove that your crew has done the training before you get a CRVL license? So, and should we establish load limits on particular areas or anchorages? And that's a difficult conversation, yes. But if you raise this about White Bay, you will end up in a feud between, Jost Van Dyke people and tourists and all different representations. But there is an element of concern sometimes for some of these areas because of the loading. Financing, and as I said, there is no good cheap boat. And the issue of affordable and accessible financing for BVI landlords to be able to buy into this industry. That is a real issue. I think recent experience, some banks are softening their position a bit. 5-7 years ago, you walked into the bank and you said boat, unless you own like half a hillside, they will turn you around and show you the door. And that creates challenges for BVI landlords to get into this space. So, how do we approach that? And if we can help with that, that would help to reduce fronting, because BVI landlords then wouldn't need to lean on outside owners to be able to participate. And it would reduce the frequency of less than ideal business arrangements that some BVI landlords are getting into in order to participate. We need greater recognition on the marine mortgage. Interestingly, some US banks operating in BVI have much better marine mortgage products in St. Thomas and Puerto Rico that are not necessarily accessible in BVI. So then we have to ask ourselves, well, why is that? And if they have valid reasons, then we need to be able to look at it and try to figure out, well, how can we bridge that gap? How can we improve this? And if that means some legislation amendments in terms of marine mortgage regulations, then we need to know what they are. I tell persons all the time that luckily for us in the BVI, the place is small, the government is close to you. So the government here can act quickly when it comes to amending legislation. So if we have issues where we need to strengthen legislation for marine mortgages so that BVI landlords can participate, then we need to identify what those are, and we need to try to convince the lawmakers that they're reasonable and viable. And then I would have what I call government front-end incentives resulting in back-end revenue. And this is where Honorable Smith might be sad that she called me up here. But I often think that sometimes the government needs to remove themselves from the front of the equation. Because a lot of times government thinks about their revenue first, and then you survive how you survive. And sometimes it needs to be reversed, where you say, let's give the industry a chance to operate, let them make some money, let us try and tax them on the back end. After they've made theirs, then we try to structure to collect that way. So some of the areas that might help water taxis and the trip operators, for example, payroll tax rebates, interest rate offsets with the bank, because if you want to buy a new piece of equipment, I don't think you can get a center console now for a new one for much less than $500,000. And if you figure out what the interest rate is on that and what the monthly payment on that is, then you would see that there needs to be some type of offset on the payment to make it affordable. And the challenge is that the BVI operator is facing an issue where they have to use old equipment because financing for new equipment is difficult. And once you use old equipment, there are outside competitors working in the space that have access to financing elsewhere that can bring new equipment. So you're there with your 20-year-old boat, and this guy pulls up and his boat is brand new and latest features, so instantly you're 2 steps behind. So in order for BVI owners to compete in these spaces, access to financing has to be worked out. And I have some crazy thoughts. Government can probably negotiate with the bank interest offsets, where the bank recovers that with government aside in various other ways. Fuel costs offsets. This fuel is the biggest operating cost for most of these guys. And fuel, where the price in fuel is now, I'm pretty sure that they're all reaching the stage where they're very afraid to move their price again, because you're at the edge of being marketable just to cover your fuel costs. And there could be some relief in there, I think, in maybe duty-free fuel or some way to offset fuel costs for industries that are determined, that the government says we want to grow BVI landers in. And the last one I have on that list is marina space. We are out of marina space. We've done, again I said, depending on who you ask, we've done a marvelous job with CRVL to the point that we are out of marina space. And I know, right now I know some day tripping water taxi guys that are being kicked out of a marina because a fleet is moving into that marina. Really, the day tripping water taxi boats lost space in Village Key last season because a fleet moved into Village Key. So the locals are being pressed out of affordable marina space. And I mean, in the ideal world, government should go out there and drop down a marina and manage it somehow and be able to give the industry lower cost docking space. And that is the Cadillac version. But perhaps we can come up with a version somewhere between the Cadillac version. I mean, we don't want a Suzuki, but somewhere in the middle, so that the operators can have access to safe space to dock their boats, one, and affordable docking space. The other area that we have to consider is risks associated with this. And we have to appreciate that the investment to get involved in this is big, is huge. You're basically deciding if you want to be in this industry in a meaningful way. You're deciding if you're going to build your house as a young person or if you're going to buy a boat. You know, you're deciding which one is first, because the investment in the boat is so significant that you're not going to be able to do the two in BVI as a young person. So in considering and trying to help BVI landers in this space, we have to consider the risks. One risk is geopolitical risk. You know, all these operators should be paying attention to the U.S. gubernatorial elections, which come in November, because the leading candidate has had some things to say in relation to CRVL. And that's a geopolitical risk, because depending on what happens over there, you know, your business could be impacted. Weather events is a huge risk. Hurricane season. I guarantee you every boater here, when June, you're okay, July, August, blood pressure starts to raise, because, I mean, there's almost nothing, what can you do, you know? It is a risk. So hurricanes, we do tsunami drills, and, you know, when I think about tsunami drills, and, you know, the government rightfully so promotes get to the, take the evacuation route, get to higher ground, you know, and you envision yourself running to higher ground. I guarantee you these guys that have boats standing there and saying, you know, am I going to higher ground? Am I going to check my boat, you know? This is the value of this, and this is the concern with these type of things. And I don't know how much we can do about those, but maybe we can find ways to mitigate those issues. And then global economic disruptions, weather, warfare, and weather and global economic disruptions, because of the required investment, and even if, for example, during COVID, you had a total shutdown of your industry, you still have to somehow or the other maintain your financing, and you have to maintain the boat. You know, so whatever we develop for the industry has to have some caveats carved out into it, so that, you know, in the event that things don't go as they should, we could survive. I had the tremendous opportunity of having to interact with a very special person early in my BVI professional maritime career. At that time, the BVI Ports Authority was responsible for boat inspections, and I was the only person inspecting ferries and boats. The late Mr. Ira Smith, who managed Smith Ferry Services at the time, and like many others, he was not always happy with my decisions, but he was always very vocal and very respectful. I always remember one telephone conversation that Mr. Smith and I had, where he said, "Samuel, some people are not happy with you, and they say you're not doing a good job. But some people are happy with you, and they're saying you're doing a good job." And then he went on to say, "But if everyone is happy with you, or if everyone is unhappy with you, then I know you're not doing a good job." He said, "Keep up doing a good job." Right? And I said that to say, simply put, the right decision will never make everyone happy. So we will never make everyone in this room happy at the same time. And in our discussions, we must commit not to achieving individual satisfaction, but to having mutually respectful discussions that can support the creation of a sustainable service product that benefits the BVI economy and BVI landers as the ultimate beneficial owners. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those thought-provoking points, Mr. Samuel, and I'd like to acknowledge Honorable Carl Dawson as well. We'll just now move swiftly along into our first panel, which will be moderated by Ms. Adriana Soveral, and this will focus on standards and the guest experience. On this panel, we have Mr. Ramon George, the captain of Grandeur Charters, Mr. Edward Lindsay from Peter Island Resort, and Mr. Peter Cochran, Senior Vice President of Global Operations at Moorings BVI. For this panel, we wanted a mix, so we wanted a charter operator and somebody from the hotel industry to kind of give the counter perspectives. So, and I'd like to also acknowledge Honorable Vincent Willie, who's just walked in. So I'd like to welcome those panelists up, and Ms. Soveral will take us from there. And also just for housekeeping, we have refreshments in the back that you can help yourselves to. And also for persons from Virgin Gorda, we would have transport arranged for you to head back to the 9 o'clock boat.
Hello, good afternoon. I don't want to echo. I'm very loud. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All right, my name is Adriana Salvaral, for those that don't know me, and I am the lead advisor of Salvaral & Co., but a few of you know me from different spaces, different rooms, different industries, and so I'm pleased to be the moderator for this panel this afternoon. All right, so the panel discussion is on building the next generation of BVI marine tourism. Now, when we think about tourism in the BVI, it is almost impossible to separate our tourism story from the sea. Our waters, beaches, sailing experiences, dive sites, and marine-based businesses have helped define the BVI as one of the Caribbean's most distinctive destinations. But today's conversation is really about what comes next. Stemming off of John's statement, a few key words that I'd like everyone to take note of and possibly help form questions for our panel: investments, access, risk, affordability. Now, without further ado, let's welcome our panel: Ed Lindsay of Peter Island Resort, Peter Cochran of the Moorings, and Ramon George of Grandeur Charters. So I'm trying to keep us all on time, right? Because I am from Virgin Gorda as well, so I have a ferry. So I'm going to ask each of you this question, and then we go get into the nitty-gritties. Let's start with Ed. When you hear the phrase, the next generation of BVI marine tourism, what does that look like to you? And if you can grab the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. For me, it's, somebody mentioned the word consistency, and it is our word of the year in Peter Island. Everybody, I go to trade shows all the time, and you look at, everybody's on their iPad saying, look at our pool, look at our beaches. This is islands all over the world. Look at our boats, look at our beautiful yachts. And how are we consistent, and are we offering unique things. The first timer always comes to us and says, I want to go to the baths. I heard of the baths. But we're so much more than that. And there's so many unique experiences from all the different captains, and especially local captains, that the guests love hearing the stories of how they grew up here and how they grew up on boats. But I would say, what is our differentiator? And that's going to be our biggest challenge, because everybody has boat rides, everybody has water taxis around the Caribbean. What is our differentiator?
Okay. Ramon, same question for you. When you hear the phrase, the next generation of BVI marine tourism, what does that look like to you?
Well, that looked like, for me, he touched a whole lot of stuff that I would even say. So not to say the same thing twice, but I feel for us in the BVI that we are no longer a little secret. You understand? We have social media, we have personal accounts, we have word of mouth, we have so much different ways, and the world have become so small since 2005, 2004. You understand? And dealing with the different customers and different charter guests, and as well as hotel guests, because I come through a lot of bookings from Airbnbs and stuff like that. That's actually where my economy comes from. And the guests are asking, he just said they're asking for the baths, but I get the guests who say we don't want to go to the baths. You know, and me as a captain, I try my best to create such a unique experience for my guests. And there are a lot of familiar faces in here where we link up in so many different spots that don't even have a bathroom, because the guests are asking for a different experience. They're tired of the regular King Garden Bay, they're tired of the regular baths, they're tired of Saber Rock. They call it Saber Rock sometimes, you have to correct them. But, you know, it's kind of heartbreaking to see that we became so complacent as an industry with what we offer at face value. Sometimes you have to dig a little bit deeper. Just us watching us as captains, we have a lot of responsibility, because your experience on my boat could affect the rest of your life. It could be so bad that you remember this was the most terrible experience I ever had on a vacation. Or we could do the simplest thing as pay attention to what wine the guests want to drink while they're on the water. What kind of water they wanted? They don't want Roxanne. They want Pellegrino. You understand where I'm coming from? So it's simple things, and I call it my 3-step process of creating a great experience. Not the perfect one, because nobody's perfect. My 3-step process is, in the beginning, I ask as much questions as I can to get a feel of what the guests might like or who they are. I take that and I put that into, okay, now I know what they like to do to have fun. This is what we're going to do for safety precautions. What allergies do you have? Simple things that you ask that these guests might not even be prompted to say, because all they're thinking about is getting on this boat and going out there, getting drunk and trying to climb up the Indians. That's a no-no. Okay? So, and then the third part is actually exercising a contingency for when the baths package, but then telling you they don't want to go to the baths. So now you have to think ahead and be very, 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 you know, like I like to say, tit for tat with them. Sometimes you have bad guests, you have good guests, but what I'm saying is the experience that we have here in the BVI is what carries us and what's been carrying us for the last 10 to 15 years. For some reason, we've made a transition somewhere where we have a lot more water taxis, we have a lot more day charters, we have a lot more center consoles, and it's meeting the demand of these guys who have the catamarans that have the guests on for 7 days but still calling me to go out for 1 day of a good experience. So I think that in the aspect of creating unique experiences and improving our customer service. So that's where I stand with that.
All right, thank you. And finally, Peter, question for you. The next generation of BVI marine tourism, what does that look like to you?
We've had multi-generations of customers from our setup in 1969, and we're seeing continuous returns of customers. I think we're going to see a continuous element of customers coming back for the natural resources, and I think the two gentlemen here have summed it up as well. Thank you.
So my question, any one of you can then piggyback off of, what are some simple changes operators can make to improve the guest experience? Anyone want to volunteer, or you want me to pick?
The gentleman earlier talked about, do we start exploring minimum standards? And I think that is so key. I just, as a hotelier, I will tell you that I get water taxis, we get people that come and use our pool, that come in Drunken Pelican to have lunch, some people come for a few hours. And then we also have people that come and pick up our guests. And I think we love to position ourselves as luxury around the territory. And I will see a boat come up with the most tattered uniformed captain who looks like he's been out all night. The snorkel equipment doesn't look nice and clean. And then you see somebody else show up that is proud of the boat that they own, and they are dressed to the hilt, and they are proudly displaying their equipment so when the guests get on. And the important thing is how many times I see captains not go through a safety before pulling off of the dock. And yet you know the guys that are like just consistent, come talk to the guest, talk about what's going to happen for the day, talk about safety before they even pull off the dock and get them sorted out. And I think if we could come up with some sort of global minimum standard for water taxis, charter, day boat, 3-5 day charters also would be a huge win for us around the territory.
Is that the consensus? Global standards? The room is kind of quiet. I mean, I think that we can, if you have any questions that are burning you, let's not wait till the end because you'll forget. Just raise your hand, signal me, whisper, say Adriana, and I'll point to you and we can address one time, right? Okay. Anything else to add to that?
I would add this, right? And it's something that I've been asked a lot, especially when I'm on the water actually working. The way I dress. He just mentioned it and it made me smile because even if it's a simple water taxi from here to Peter Island, I wake up in the morning, I put on my shirt that says Captain G. It has epaulets on there, very clean. I have to be as clean as my boat. My boat is very clean, so I try to compete with this thing, you know. But I've been asked a lot, especially when I go into customs and all of these things, and the locals are who ask me this the most. They're like, why you dressed like that? I say, to be honest, you think you're going to come off a yacht paying $17,000 for the week and you get on my boat and don't feel like you're going home in luxury? That don't make sense. You're going to pay me. You're not going to pay me what I think that I'm worth and my service is worth. So I'm not doing it to start a trend or whatever. I am doing it, and I'm going to continue doing it because I'm trying to set a standard for us here, especially as young men, you know. Because to be honest, I am tired of seeing our young men out here picking people up from the yachts and doing this in such a way where, like I said, we have social media, we have all these things that express everything that happened here to the rest of the world. So when people see you pull up and you pull up in full uniform, well-dressed, ready to give your safety briefing, you have your shoe bin, you have refreshments for them, even if they're only going to be on a boat for 10 minutes, let them refuse to drink it. You understand? The different standard, I think that we should definitely push in that direction as far as that. You have times when you could wear your rash guard and feel comfortable. I mean, you're out on a day sail, but I always start my day sail in uniform. Take that off and put on my wet gear because why? I need to be prepared to jump overboard and save somebody if I have to. So I don't want to jump in there and ruin my shot. Okay, cool. I have rash guards that are branded for the company. I have some that are not, and it really doesn't matter. But what I'm saying is we need to improve the standard of delivery first before we could touch anything else. From the time I pull up on your dock, you're supposed to say, that looked like a professional young man. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Ramon. Now, Peter, what is one change marine tourism businesses should make now to remain competitive in the next 5 years?
Essentially, a big part.
Where's your mic?
Essentially, a big part of the challenge really is the employment of staff. And I know we're going to be talking about that on the next panel. However, I think that the training element of our teams with the higher technical needs is really fundamentally important to us to be able to do. And that will require partnership with the government, with the educators, and such like. We do have to speed up. Technology is overtaking us. The technical world is now a big challenge to us as operators of the fleet, and we need to be able to allow an upskilling of our teams here in the BVIs.
Okay. Anyone else want to add to that? What will keep us competitive in the next 5 years? I mean, AI is here. Or how can we use that to our advantage? Anyone want to jump in? Ed?
For me, hotel people talk a lot about the value. Guests will spend, we've seen it in this territory, $2,000 a night to $23,000 a night and more. But they want to feel that there's a value. So I don't pretend to be an expert in charter boat business or boating world. But one thing that I do hear from our guests is the cost of things and the cost creep. Now, in this day and age, we all pay a lot more for insurance, fuel, all those things, which I know is affecting everybody that has a boat in the territory. Somebody mentioned earlier, possibly, government getting involved in duty-free fuel if you're in the business and things like that. But I think the value of the product, what we're offering, versus the cost has been a conversation I know in our property when people come off of a boat or get on a boat. And that's going to be a big change also. It's just, what is the value to that guest and how much we're charging them? And it's in the hotel world also, what we're charging, and do they feel they're getting a value, the service that comes with it, the safety. Did I feel like I paid $2,000 and a guy took me to the Baz and then dropped me off at Sabre Rock to have a beer and I paid him $2,000? Like, was that a value to me? Did I have a connection with the captain? Did he tell me unique insights of the territory? Did we make stops of places that nobody else stops to give me a little local cultural story? The cultural component is huge for me.
Just touching on the social media element, our customers are arriving far more informed, and we've got to meet that head on.
Yes.
Right. I know there's a little heated debate online right now about, there's a guest, I assume that they came off of the cruise ship, and they had an immediate response of their experience on Tortola. And there's, as soon as I open up my Facebook, it's like, a pro, thank you, or not so much, don't come back. It's just a plethora of different opinions of what the review was. How can we then even manage social media when we are getting reviews live from the dock of their experience?
We're learning very quickly.
and this comes with the discernment of understanding the fact that everybody's entitled to opinion. As soon as this forum started, and this panel just know, he was the guy that was on the ship talking about the bats. And I was the guy that's saying, bro, you don't even want to go there. So he basically, what I got from, this could be my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, if I missed something, but I briefly watched it and I listened to what the guy was saying, and basically he was of the opinion that he came to Tortola and it's too slow, it's too boring for him. He want to come off the ship and have a whole parade happen because one came to Tortola and take him to King Island. He went to all the crowded touristy spots in the BVI and felt welcome. Whereas we have guests that don't want that. So we can't just cater to the guests that want party all day. I don't know, if they want to jump around and do all of that, but you have to have some sort of middle ground. And I think that it does have a sense of a middle ground. There are things that we could do to improve it a little bit more because we're starting to see more of an influx of younger travelers. We're not just getting the retirees and the people that could have afforded it. You had Spirit at one point that were offering very low airfare, and that's the people that could travel off of a tax return check from the US. So this is why we had such a big influx. So this is why we're getting all the influencers and all these people that actually putting out their reviews into the public about the BVI. So now, I'm not saying that we need to turn the country or the territory into a party central, but we still need to have stuff for people that come to even invest and spend in the economy that want to do that. So if we're stuck in, okay, today we're driving up Great Mountain and on the left there's another rock. I mean, that'll get boring after a while. So no, why not have some? I mean, it's tough, cause money tight, and I understand, but things like the zip line. I know it's a touchy topic, but things like jet skis that are not just located in King Garden Bay. I mean, we have to find a middle ground. There are people here that have it, but is what they can do with the jet skis. You understand what I'm saying? We're too limited in the businesses that we're trying to grow. You can only grow so far if you're limited by so much. So we're trying to meet a middle ground somewhere, but we have that now that people say things right now on the internet, and that's gospel truth. You have to be careful. AI created videos that when you watch it, you can't even tell if it was real or if it was fake. So we have to be careful as an industry what we're doing, that we're actually doing, not making up stories. We have to be careful what we're actually doing as far as professionalism and delivery and execution. So that's my take on it.
So I think that goes great into the next question about what role does a strong brand play in helping marine tourism businesses stand out? Is it that we're gonna have two lines, the quiet and luxury and a soft life, or party central? How are we going to manage the BVI brand, and how is that going to help the marine industry?
Well, the brand builds confidence in terms of the customer base, and we've got to be consistent in the delivery and maintain the quality standards that we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, a strong brand builds great awareness. And we can be a lot of things to a lot of people. We are multiple islands, with every different island has an amazing different feel to it and its own identity. And that is the beauty of what we are here. I mean, everybody is. And I go back to the gentleman you mentioned. It's a shame he came and it's kind of off season. He got off of a cruise ship, was here for a few hours, and then said, "Oh, this vibe isn't for me," like the way he said it. And I just thought, you're judging us on the 4-hour, driving around the island and got back on the boat. And it's kind of a shame, because we are so rich and so developed in so many different areas. And I just think we have a lot of amazing professional people on the tourist board. I have been fortunate enough to be part of a group of people trying to market this place more and more, and these conversations come up. How do we market ourselves? And there are great conversations going on in this territory as I speak about marketing this country at a higher level. And so there's a lot of caring people around the table, and we have a strong brand. We have to continue to build on that to bring in more tourism, because as I said before, I go to trade shows and there's 100 tables in a convention center with everybody flipping their screen going, look at my pool, look at my beach, look at my boat. We are so much better than that, and so much more than that culturally.
Honorable Smith has a question. The mic is coming.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Just so many things are going around in my head as I listen to you as panelists. The first one relates to the points that Captain George was making about standards and quality. And the one question that I have, standards, quality, can BVI landers, can this be an area, and I'm going a little bit outside of the topic, can say the day charter business, can this be exclusively left for BVI landers once we can maintain the standards? And it ties in with the point that John Samuels made about there not being a good value boat. You got to pay through your nose. So how do we bridge that divide without fronting? I mean, I listened to everything he said, and it was amazing what he said. He talked long, but he talked good. But those are important points that BVI landers need to contemplate as we move, and I'm not now talking about the slow season, and I get to my other question. Are we overcrowded in the marine space, especially in, I think John Samuels talked about the marinas. There just was no space. There seems to be little space.
Yes.
There is now an ongoing debate about the baths, and there are two sides to it. I don't like to go, I am saying it frankly, I don't like to go to the baths in the season because there are 500 people there. I can't really experience the baths, and that's why your people tell you that they don't really want to go to the baths, I believe. So are we in an overcrowded situation? What should we be doing? And then the last point relates to, you were talking, Captain George, about ziplining. I don't know whether it actually exists at the moment, and jet skis and so on. What are the other things that would appeal to our visitors, our guests, that would make us more attractive as a destination?
Okay, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. So the first question with the standards, when we talk about the standards, I will have to play, both sides of the fence and defend Mr. Samuel a little bit, because I've been directly exposed to it. We've had, and it even happened within us, the locals too, because there's times where I have my boat, my friend Mr. Whitley and his lovely partner would pull up on their midnight, and the guests them say, oh boy, that's a nice boat. And then they have people who will be on their boat over here and see my boat and be like, listen, we want to go on that boat. So it is a competitive something, and it's not actually even being competitive, because if we take it as how it is, they have no idea how much people I sent to them that asked me about their boat, and I gave their company's information willingly, because they already chartered with me today. It's your turn. Have peace. You understand? So when you talk about being overcrowded, personally, I don't see it that way, because I've had times where I couldn't find a boat for overflow. I have 2 boats on the fleet. Those are booked out. I have other people that have 4 and 5, and when I call them, they have no boats available. So I don't see where the overcrowdedness is coming from. The greediness is a different story, but we ain't going to even touch that. But that was just to say that Mr. Samuel has a point when he's talking about living up to the standard. So if people are coming here, you have to realize that we have a lot of boaters that come here from Miami and Monaco and all of these places that have these Lamborghini yachts and stuff they are accustomed to. When they come here, I have so many people that came on my boat and as well as Mr. Whitley's boat. And I reference their boat because their boat is actually one of the pinnacles in the marine industry, as far as like, that's the almost the perfect day trip boat. Midnight Express, we love it. You understand? And we have guests that highlight them and their company and what they do because of that. And where they came from, that's the type of boat that they're accustomed to. Not the piece of Boston whaler that have on a 150 and could barely come out of the harbor smoking inside here. So that goes to show that sometimes the financing need to be a little more lenient, and do your vetting properly, see who it is you're going to lend money to and if they can actually pay it back. But as far as that, that's the competitiveness when it comes to the standard part. We have guests that are not familiar to nice boats. So we have to be able to meet their standards of what they want. So if we don't have that, they have to settle for what they get. And then speaking about value, like my friend has talked about, they have to feel that they're getting what they paid for. After the day trip, you have to tell yourself, this was worth $2,000. You understand? So that's where the value and the standards come in for me. You have a question?
It's all about the product that you give. You could put me on any boat, and my guests can follow me, whether it's a sailboat, whether it's a broken down boat in your description. I have my following because I'm consistent. I have a certain product that I offer. Exactly. And in that product, it goes from a full-on eco tour to a booty shaking contest.
Yes.
Okay. I cover a lot of ground. I am versatile. So it's not really just about a boat.
No, I was just touching the boat because I was
Well, I
dealing
know,
with the
but-
question at hand. So
But I'm
that's
saying
what
it
was
does
there.
help once the captain or the captain and crew could put on a certain show that can capture the guests and keep them coming back.
Exactly.
You know, so.
Charisma.
So
There we go.
it's not just the boat.
Exactly. But the reason why it was mentioned in the boat, to be honest, is because that's the first thing they see. They haven't even spoken to you yet. Your professionalism, listen, I could talk about you all day because I get the reviews, I get how you handle yourself, miss, how you handle yourself. You make us do better as men, okay? As a woman, you make us better with what you do because people watch you and they say, listen, look how she handling herself over there. They just come from giving me my compliments, but to see you doing what you do and the things that they say about you and the way that you do things out there, we appreciate you. If nobody ever tell you that, I tell you no. Okay? But that she made a very good point, and we do go through that a lot in the industry as far as standards. You know?
I don't mean to cut you off, but we have 2 more questions in the back. In the way back. Blue shirt, red shirt.
Raise your hand, please, so I can assess.
Pleasant good afternoon, everyone. I think just a point I want to make, how we can make it better. I think we need education, first of all, and we need mentors in the industry. Because everyone gets into the industry and doesn't know the value of it and what it entails. And I think if we can teach our next generation that is coming, that is going to help us. And at the same time, you have to be willing to invest because to get your STCW, that's about $900 and something. Which youngster coming out there? 1,500, stand corrected. Which youngster coming out of high school could afford a $1,500 to do an STCW? To get the startup in the maritime industry is very expensive. So if we're looking at it from a government perspective, that's where you can start, in the schools. And for the charter companies, you can invest in therefore paying for certain courses, teaching the youngsters, and at the same time, have the older heads mentor them in teaching them what to do. So when you speak about standards and how you do things, if you could mentor someone to come up, that is going to be a benefit for the next generation coming up.
Yes.
Thank you for that. I believe mentorship is in the next panel, but we're going to dwindle down into the last question, which makes more sense too if we're talking, why are we so shy when we talk about money and fees and how much things really cost? Because, I mean, how many of you find someone and you say, hey, how much does so-and-so, you sell a product, you do a service, how much does it cost? And the person, if you're not actually buying, they kind of shy away and they don't really want to answer the question. They play you for a fool, they tell you, check the website, click the link, give you a pamphlet. They do a lot of, giving you the runaround sometimes, I find. So for those entering the industry, last question panel, how important is it to think about the business structure and pricing from the beginning? And then just being honest with those that are interested.
Absolutely critical.
Yeah, you really sure you want to answer from us? Because for me, who spend a lot of money on overheads and all these things that actually affect your daily costs, it affects your pricing, it affects your packages, it affects everything, right? For me, my price is my price. If I see something that I can actually give you a discount down to make it happen for you, I would do so. But the problem that we have in the industry is that you have a lot of people that are very unregulated in different aspects of the business. And when you move a boat, for instance, let me break this down. You have a set of guests that need to leave from moorings, right? You have 10, let's put it at 10 guests, leaving from the moorings. We have to leave from wherever our boat is docked, burn the fuel to get to moorings, pick them up, express all this professional, this, that, the other, and the third. We have to buy drinks, refreshments. We have to make sure they're comfortable, make sure the boat is clean, make sure that you have flares, life jackets, all these different safety equipment. We have to invest so much into just picking them up from here and carrying them to Cruise Bay. Best yet, let's do it the right way. We pick them up from moorings, we head to West End or town, clear them out, head to Cruise Bay. So we're clearing them out in the BVI, paying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 set of fees. Take them to Cruise Bay, the fees gone up again. So the boat alone, to clear the boat alone, my boat is 38 feet, $51. plus each passenger that's on board. You understand? So when we do our pricing, most of us, I'm speaking for us who actually do it this way. When we do our pricing, we try to include all of that there, so you as a guest don't have to go back in your pocket. That must be the worst feeling ever, to know that you just paid $1,200 to get your family from here to St. Thomas, and when we reach to a stop, I have to ask you for customs fees. That does not look good. That don't feel professional. That's not an inclusive package. It doesn't feel well. You understand? So with that being said, then you have the fuel costs. The fuel costs alone, 100 gallons right now is upwards $500. Okay? Most of the boats around here, not too fuel efficient. Out of the 100 gallons and the distance that we have to travel, especially if you're going to Virgin Gorda, that 100 gallons going to last you a up and a down, and maybe a half a go back up. If not, maybe you make it to the dock, but you got to get fuel again in Virgin Gorda. We know that costs your arm, your leg, your liver, and your spleen. Eh? So what I'm saying is the prices that we do, just the ones who actually do the pricing based off of what they're doing and trying to make sense out of it as a sensible business model to continue doing business, to have some sort of profit, to improve your company, to make the experience and the product even better for your guests for the next year or the next season. It's tough, because then now you have the guys who taking 12 people to St. Thomas for $400, $500. Tell me where that makes sense.
Well, we just want persons to be a bit more upfront. But Ed, what are your thoughts?
I agree. And I think anybody, the original question getting into the business is, you've got to have a little business acumen. And I would just say, if you don't, seek a mentor. There's a lot of wonderful marine people in this room tonight that could mentor many of the young children here that want to get involved in the boating or being a captain, but there's upfront costs. How do we help out in the community with sponsorship and mentoring these exact things? You can't just say, I want to be a boat captain without understanding, I want to have my own business. What's the fuel cost? The insurance, upkeep, engines always have something going wrong, right? So there's just these things that happen and help educate someone before they get into the business to make sure they really are committed to it. Because you'd hate to see somebody waste their money also. They invest in it and then they find out it's not for them. So that's where a good mentor comes into play also. Okay,
any final thoughts? All of you?
Just to add that you need passion. And I think this captain next to me does have that, along with the acumen.
My final thought is along the lines of the mentorship. I am very disappointed in BVI because our marine industry is one in the top 3 in the world to me, and we don't even push this in the schools. Why these kids don't have no knowledge coming into? I've been to the classes in the college with them, and these kids coming out of high school with all the passion in the world to do this, and when they get there, it's so discouraging because now you put in a collegiate environment where you have to learn 6 months worth of information in 2 weeks. It discourages them, and also I personally feel if we have more opportunity stemming from that, a lot less crime, a lot less things. This is not the solution, but it could start. It starts somewhere. So I think we need to invest in the kids a little bit more.
Oh, no, I was saying wrap up, but I have 5 questions. Oh my. All right, can we make it that's why we're here. Let's go. Ask your questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Evening. Walford Farrington here. I just want to say I'm very pleased to hear what Simon a while ago has said. A little bit earlier, I was raising my hand, but you missed me a little bit. To actually finance, a lot of people talk about it. You have one serious problem with financing when it comes to upgrading your boats or buying a boat, etc., etc. The banks. The bank in the BVI does not help you in anywhere when it comes to buy a boat. It'll help you to buy a car, fool around with. You can't do nothing with it. To buy a boat, to make money, express yourself throughout the territory, they will not give you that money. You have to have basically land, etc., and still above that, depending on who you are, they give you the money. It's very tough in the boating industry, even with government as well, trying to help the young folks get ahead in life. There's no help from government to help out the territory with the borders, etc. So you have to look a little bit into it, and also very kindly help with what Ed have said as well. A lot of people here want to do a lot. They want to get in the marine sector. Not everybody has to have a speedboat. Not every guest wants a speedboat. There's luxury. People are looking for it. They're yawning for it. How many boats you have here in luxury? This is what you need, not a speedboat alone. And I just would like to say that for most of you that are here, luxury is where the next step is, not just a speedboat. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, that's Benu. It is.
Hi guys, my name is Jonathan Cruz. I'm a captain in the BVI. A few things I wanted to touch on. One was the staffing for many different companies, especially the predominant moorings. I feel like within our time right now, where it's slow season, I know that a lot of companies are busy transitioning to hurricane season or the hurricane period. But I think that although this meeting is very essential, I find that a lot of the conversations are behind times. I feel like currently right now, there should be local trainings or summer programs with local camps from children in schools. That should be being training as we speak, coming in, docking up. I think there's a lot of training that needs to be done. I also find that has been a drastic gap, especially between hotels and the marine industry, and learning how to remortgage those. Boats are now floating hotels, if anyone has noticed. The industry has changed drastically. It's not just about the novice side of it, but you have to have that level of hospitality involved as well, because boats are floating hotels. Bitteren has not been able to expand to the degree that they wanted to before the hurricanes. Why? Because no one wants to go ashore anymore, just because you have ACs and fresh water on the boat. So boats have now become our oasis. So it's learning how to bring back the merger between hotels and charter companies, as well as trainings for locals that should be established already. And I think that's the most important thing, and that's where we lack, and that's what fixes the problem a lot. Mr. Power spoke all year. Mr. Power was one of my major mentors getting into the industry. I remember coming to the moorings looking for a job in my first year after high school. They didn't have anything for me. One of my other mentors was, everyone should know him as Mac, which would be the dock master. No one gave me a job, I wasn't paid for it. I stuck along with Mac for a whole month and a half, learning how to tie boats, learning how boats should be tied within a dock. People need to be, you shouldn't invest in people in this industry that aren't hungry for it. You have to be hungry for it and willing not to be paid. STCW costs, at my time, costs $950. It has up. The price has gone up. But a great important fact that people getting into this industry needs to know that if you really want to hop into the industry and the industry is for you, that money that you take to invest in yourself, you're gonna get it back within the first job or two, right? So I don't want anybody to be fearful of what it costs to get started, because once you get started, it happens. And also I want to give a shout out to Smith's Ferry, because Ricky, one of the captains, have been my mentors as well, learning, teaching me how to operate twin engines and stuff like that. So that's where mentorship comes in, and I think that we should hurry up, drop the anchor on getting training done for locals in the BVI.
Thanks for that. There's another question in the back to my left. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh, all right.
Like 10
Coming.
words.
It's going to make its way.
My quick
right
comment.
behind you in the front,
I
Honorable
just think
Dawson.
that I think it should be a requirement for CRVL holders to at least give back to the community and at least say, okay, like every year they're required to allow some young aspiring captain or crew, they should be allowed to come and work with them for 15 days or 20 days. It should be like a community service, but giving back to the young people.
That's a good idea. Let's go, wait. Come to Honorable Dawson first. And then he did have his hand up for a while. I'm so sorry.
Thank you very much. And my question is mainly directed here at Ed. And the conversation around standards that has been said. And I'm wondering the extent to which there is collaboration. You know your guests at Peter Island, their standards, you would have researched them more. To what extent are you willing to say hold a half day or 1 day or few hours seminar with the taxi operators, the water taxi operators, to help them to better understand what will please your guests? Let me tell you why I'm asking. I'm asking because the earlier question was, what do we want to see the industry looking like in 5 years? I can tell you what I don't want to see it. If you don't have it already, I don't want to see you having a water taxi. I do not want to see Peter Island having a water taxi. I want the water taxi people to do the water taxi, do it at a standard that matches with your guests, and everybody leaves satisfied, and our economy is not just shrinking into a few big operators, but in fact you have persons, young like Mr. George, who can aspire to have their own business. Talk to me.
So, great points. And first of all, Peter Island is not looking to have any water taxis or start a water taxi business. We give a lot of business to a lot of local boat companies around here. So the only thing we do is go from CSY to Peter Island, CSY with our staff. And the guests that come in off of the flight that come directly across. As far as your other point, there's people in this room that know that I do this, that I mentor already quietly throughout the territory to various people in all walks of life. And for anybody in this room, because I was also at one point in my career a Forbes trainer, 4- and 5-star trainer. So I have, first of all, lived at the highest level around the world in hospitality at 4- and 5-star hotels. And I inspected quietly and also was a executive trainer for Forbes around the world at the highest level of hotels. I am willing to volunteer my time to anyone in this room that wants me to come by and spend time with them, just to the expectation of a luxury guest, and have that discussion. I'm happy to have that with anyone in this room at any time, especially now that we're closed and I'm around. So, yeah, for sure. I think that's why I used the word mentoring a few times. And to the gentleman's point in the back, he's right. We see right now, Sail Caribbean, kids from all over the world coming to learn how to sail here, right? And they're coming from all over the world, spending a ton of money to come and learn to sail here. Why can't we do that locally with kids that want to learn how to either sail or actually, and I know that we do have some programs, but from a business perspective, kids that want to grow up to be charter captains, own a water taxi business, and do these things. We can give back. We should do that. And we could do something similar locally. We have kids flying from all to learn how to sail. We can have people come here, kids that can go through a school program, and I'm happy to go talk to the school also, but also create a program where maybe a certain time of the year, everybody gets together, meets on the dock, we get a couple boats, learn how to dock, spend time. In Europe, it's called apprenticeship. We've gotten away from that in a lot of countries. We need to have more apprenticeships where people are willing to learn at a young age. Problem is, a lot of people don't want to do it because there's no immediate, I'm a millionaire, right? You have to actually be an apprentice and learn the slow way, but you will be better at it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that, Ed. I have one question in the back. Then who's the next one? I know I see you, but there was 2 behind you. then Shireen, and then you. And then that's it. Because we have the next panel, and it's almost 7 o'clock. Okay? Also, there are refreshments in the back. Please help yourself. Yes, go ahead.
All right, good evening, everyone. I am a product of MPT, the Marine Program at the college. Thank you. So I give back my skills, I volunteer as well. If you guys are aware, there was a program back in the day called CATS, Kids and the Sea. It was dormant from 2014 to 2022. It was reestablished, and for the last 4 years, we've been mentoring kids, teenagers. We started a basic program, teach them safety, all the basic sea skills. And within the last 4 years, I have a handful of students that are now of age, that are now seeking to pursue a career in the marine industry. They reached out to me, for recommendations, where to go, who to go to. I even wrote a letter of recommendation for a couple of the kids to get a scholarship to go to the MPT program. So there are mentorships. We're trying to reach out to the schools. It's only in the summer for now. And I know Captain Jonathan said volunteer, but we all have bills to pay. So my volunteer is I use my vacation. I sacrifice my vacation and I go to the camp and I teach whatever I have to teach them, and it's all worth it. We're sponsored by Unite BVI. We're in partnership with the college and Visma as well. So it's a great mentorship program. If you guys are not aware, you should look into it. So just know that we're not leaving the kids behind. We're moving forward with the marine industry, and we're making sure our BVI landers and our youth have a place to grow. Just thank you.
Thank you. You have your paper and pen, so you could get everyone here to sign up to be a mentor, because you're going to need a new batch. You have your summer's almost over, but you're going to need a new crop next summer, right? Or Easter, or whenever the season is. All right, who had the, okay.
Good evening. We welcome Tom Charters that come here with our new initiative. We actually, for the first time in Virgin Gorda, have a charter company based in Virgin Gorda for many decades. However, those companies should not be allowed to have boats doing day charters. That should be reserved solely for the locals. It needs to be reserved for the locals. I know of a situation where 2 boats were actually brought here. How presumptuous of them. The trade license was denied, and they have still tried to get into the space. And the excuse is that there are not enough boats locally to do the work, and I think Ramon clarified that today. But what I would like for the young locals in the room and outside of the room to do is to come together, form an association, work together, develop a website, a database. Those are things that need to happen. And I will volunteer my services, and there's another gentleman that I spoke to earlier that wants to assist, and we need to do that. And like I said before, we welcome the day Tom Charters, and while I have the mic, everybody doesn't want to go to the baths. And everybody shouldn't go to the baths at any given time, because we know for years we have an overcrowding situation there, as well as other places in the BVI. There's a carrying capacity study that was done in 2018. We need to get that out there in the public and have it vetted and do something about it. But I also want to say that while everybody can't go or doesn't want to go, that doesn't mean that we must close off the baths for a select few filthy rich persons. It should never happen, because it's going to affect all of you in the room. Because while some persons might not want to go, there are persons that want to go. We talk about extending our tourism season. This is the perfect opportunity. August, September, and the beginning of October, very slow. This is an opportunity for those, whoever the ship, the company is that wants to come, this is the time for them to do that in the off season when there's barely anybody on these beaches. And government, please fund the National Parks Trust. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last question in the front row.
Thank you.
One moment. Go ahead.
Let me be quick here. I agree with exactly what Sharon just said. And that's one of the, Shireen, sorry, sorry. Because you got me going, girl, you got me going. Because the charter yacht companies should stay there. I have a major problem with the fact that Voyage Yacht Charters was allowed to have the 3 water taxis that they have that are encroaching on the water taxi business. They're encroaching on the ferry business. You know, they're encroaching on local businesses. So it should never have happened in the first place. Again, it goes back to the data and how that data was supposedly used. If you have 3, 4, 5 ferry operators, all locally owned, and we're operating between St. Thomas and Tortola, Virgin Gorda, Tortola, Just Van Dyke, Tortola, Anegada, our numbers are always recorded. The government knows what they are. So if you see that those numbers have declined over a period of years, especially since they started the American Airlines direct flight, which a lot of people like, and that's cool and everything, but at the end of the day, the government is putting so much money into expanding an airport, into attracting aircraft, airlifts, as John called it a minute ago, and they're doing this without putting any funding whatsoever into the ports. Roadtown is shambles. West End doesn't exist. Anegada, they're standing in the rain and the sun just waiting on the ferry to come. So at some point in time, if you want to know where government should assist, it's not in talking to the banks to give somebody a loan. Either somebody qualifies or they don't qualify. I had to jump through a million hoops to raise $4 million to invest in iLegend. So at the end of the day, when you make that type of investment in your community, you want to know that your community is going to invest in you, you know? And it is an outside bank that we had to go to. So if we fail, Legend leaves, you understand? And this is where I get really, really upset with our government, not in particular, I won't call names, but when you don't look at what you already have and ensure that what is there is sustainable and what is there is taken care of in the sense that we have the opportunities. We have the ability to have Captain George and Captain Baines and Captain Cruz doing the things that they do. And this is a major investment, you're right. A center console is, well, used about $200,000 or $300,000, brand spanking new. You want to go get a Midnight or what's the other boat that we have? Nortec. Yeah, you know, you want to go get one of these boats, brand spanking new. You're going on over $500,000 to $1 million or more. These yachts, they're over $1 million each. So let's be realistic. You have to be able to sustain what you have. We put the cart before the horse when we put a cruise ship dock in Roadtown. We can't change that. But because of that, and because of how many they allow, is why Captain George can't take his guests to the bats and they have a nice time, you know? And I'm quite familiar with that because we get called to tender the ship. So if we're taking 100 people, Roadtown Fast Ferry is taking 100 people, you know, at any given time, you do have almost 500 people at the bat. So why would somebody staying at Treasure Isle or staying at Long Bay or staying at Peter Island want to leave the luxury of their hotel? Well, okay, that's relative. Would want to leave their hotel and visit the bats when we've had the people that supposed to be looking after us, supposed to be doing this, sitting there and in fact hurting the industry. So at the end of the day, we have to do this. But I'll toot my own horn. I thank Captain Cruz for acknowledging my son, Captain Baines, as one of his mentors. But Smith's Ferry, for last year and a half, 2 years, we have an internship program.
Okay.
We relate to the high school, and we bring, and the college, because yeah, we had some students from the college, and so we bring them in, and it's not that because they're interns we don't pay them. We pay them a little stipend, which they're grateful for, because they come there not even knowing or not even believing that they're going to have one.
Mm-hmm.
But we show them what we do. We teach them how to do what we do. And all the different various careers in our industry, from welding, captain, crew, all these things. A captain with all their certificates, it's, what would you say, $1,500 for the STCW? They gotta have a course. It's almost $4,000 just to get your captain's license, if not a little bit more.
Yeah.
So the investment is greater than a lot of people think, you know? And so when we add this all together, and 60, 70,000 a year for insurance and all of these things, and then we don't have people that make our policies realizing.
Well, they're here in the room.
Well,
I mean,
that's why I'm saying some of the things I'm saying.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
I don't want to cut you off, but we do have one more comment from the minister.
Well, I also have to go, but I'll wait for that comment.
Honorable Lorna.
Thank you, Madge, and thanks for coming up and attending and being here, and for making your voice strong as usual. I just want to say that by now, I can say this, that the government has taken the decision that British Virgin Islanders, that the whole area of day charters and water taxis are for British Virgin Islanders. You mentioned one company. That company, I believe, are Virgin Islanders as well. But that is a decision that has been taken, and you are not going to see other than British Virgin Islanders in getting licenses for day charters or water taxis.
All right, that was Honorable Smith's announcement or comment. So clearly we just need better synergy. There's a lot of moving parts, and there.
I just want to say one thing,
ahead,
and on
Captain
record.
George.
This is going to be so quick, and some people might get vexed with me. But I personally would like to see the Pier Park open to us with a paid pick-up or drop-off, so we could stop having to drop the cruise ship. Guess who it is in a wheelchair all the way back here to walk to go to the bay? That makes zero sense. It makes zero sense. I have had disabled guests, and they had to walk from Village Key all the way over there. And sometimes when you get here, they don't have enough dock space for us to dock up, so you're here waiting for 20 minutes. And they reach to the ship late. Guess what? I have to buy them a ticket to reach to St. Thomas again on the next flight. This is insane. Why are we not investing back in the finger pairs there so we could release the guests back to the pair? Charge us $50. We just make $2,000 for the day. I'll pay $50. Okay? To pick them up and drop off. What's so wrong with that? And that helps with the maintenance of them docks. Okay? So that's all I want to say. And I hope it's on record because we need that.
It is. 2 cameras here in front of me. All right, thank you all. Thank you to this panel. Let's give them a round of applause. I mean, there's a lot of parts to build the next generation of BVI marine tourism. I mean, we have the hotel point of view, we have the captain's point of view. Give them, again, a round of applause and just welcome the second panel. I'm not gonna move, but in between, you can still get refreshments in the back. And then I will call Felina Moss from the Department of Labor, Marva Dawson Wheatley, the Dean of Workforce Development and Continuing Education, Dr. Lincoln Bob, the Deputy Director of Trade, and I believe that Peter is going to stay on with us, but we do need an additional chair. Oh, we got it, okay. So I think it was Gumption in the back. Asked what was the next panel. which I'm pretty sure everyone would love to hear about: marine careers and industry development, building BVI talent for the marine economy. Oh, 5 minutes? Okay, I'll take a water break as well. So it's 7:03. You think we could start at like 7:10? That's a safe time? Okay, 7:10. I'm sorry, panelists, if you have to go and get something to drink, go ahead.
Okay, we need to get moving again, please. Please take your seats. Adriana, we need to get moving, right?
I almost got squeezed in a major discussion back there. So is everybody ready to start panel 2? I think we were prepared for the questions earlier. This topic is on marine careers and industry development. We give like 60 seconds to wrap up our side conversations and then have a seat. We're settled. And our panelists are ready? Yep. Okay, I'm gonna start. Our next conversation shifts the focus from marine industry itself to one of the most important parts of its future, our people, which we've discussed previously. The panel is Marine Careers and Industry Development, Building BVI Talent and the Marine Economy. Here in the BVI, we are surrounded by an industry that creates opportunities across tourism, sailing, boating, charter operations, engineering, vessel maintenance, hospitality, technology, environmental management, entrepreneurship, and so much more. But the question is, are we doing enough to prepare Virgin Islanders to take advantage of those opportunities? So this discussion is really about connecting our people to the opportunities that already exist, identifying where the gaps remain, and looking at what government, educators, and the private sector can do together to develop BVI talent in our marine economy and what they will need for the future. So our panelists are Felina Moss of the Department of Labor. Let's give her a round of applause. Marva Dawson-Wheatley, Dean of Workforce Development and Continuing Education. Dr. Lincoln Bob, Deputy Director of Trade. And Peter Cochrane of the Moorings. All right, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk about careers in marine tourism, what opportunities currently exist, or what opportunities exist beyond the roles people traditionally associate with the industry? Maybe Dr. Bob would want to answer. We got to get our trade license in there. Well, what type of trade license do you see?
Well, good night, everyone. We are seeing a lot of people doing the basic traditional type of things, but we also try our best to see how best we could get people to actually focus on other things, like supporting things, supporting jobs, supporting companies that can actually help the traditional thing going forward. So things like, simple things like digital marketing.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get people to start focusing on things like digital marketing and also things like, looking at marine services and marine repairs, equipment and component suppliers. These are some of the things that we want people to start to get into because it fortifies the industry even further by having these supporting things surrounding the traditional type of things. So these are some of the opportunities that we see as gaps. The government has really focused on developing the green and the blue economy, even in our policies as it pertains to grants and those things. We focus on how it is that we can help people, budding entrepreneurs, get more involved and easily involved into the industry. So those are some of the things I actually see and I would like to see more of as far as developing the marine industry.
You have a few trainings too. Do your shameless plug. Isn't the government hosting a few of the digital marketing courses?
Oh yes, yes, a shameless thing.
Shameless
so
plug.
Yes, for all of you all that also looking to do continue development. We also have some flyers out there that you can actually scan. These training programs are sponsored by the Caribbean Development Bank.
Okay.
It is also digital marketing. It is also business continuity, as well as financial management, because we believe that strong entrepreneurs make strong businesses make strong industries. So we try our best to ensure that the knowledge flows through and people can continue developing.
Okay.
Okay, I'm Marva Wheatley Dawson, and we've seen a lot of areas being birthed for the marine industry, and I'd like to kind of marry it a bit with hospitality. Every vessel, particularly those that might be a crude charter, has a kitchen. And we see the big need for persons to be able to cook on board those vessels. And one of our trainings come in very handy there, which is our STCW training, to prepare individuals from land-based jobs to sea-based jobs. We also are seeing the need for a lot of yacht maintenance, whether it is the fiberglassing, the various repairs, engine works. A vessel, as we were told earlier, is fit with challenges. And one of the things that we strive to do is to teach those marine technology courses to help individuals in those job areas. There is the need for entrepreneurship, for the blue economy. There is the need for safety and awareness at sea. So there are multiple jobs. You did mention quite a bit of career areas in your opening statement, so I wouldn't want to repeat those, but whatever job opportunities there are on land, there are at sea. The maintenance, the management, the yachting management, whatever we can teach our students in business, those jobs can be applied towards yachting companies for servicing our marine industry.
Anyone else want to add to that?
Just for clarity, we're not going into the water taxi business here at the moorings and Sunshine. I wanted to add, actually, we have over 300 people here at the moorings base in Road Town, and we have a whole array of opportunity when it comes to a career. I will add, by the way, I'm probably a great example of somebody who's made their way through the industry. I started as a captain in the Mediterranean about 40 years ago, and I'm currently sat here today with these great people with me on this panel, so thank you very much. I've known the BVI since 1991, which is when I first came into the territory. I come back often. I've got the best job. I see the world of sailing at all of our bases globally, so I'm actually a very good probably balance of understanding of how great the BVI's is with the natural resources. And I think the director, Samuel, touched on it. I think it's important that we maintain sustainability and make sure that these resources are kept going forward for generations to come. That said, going back to the employment opportunities, we obviously have captains, we have crew yachts, as mentioned, and I am very impressed to see a picture at the college, actually, which demonstrates a picture of somebody in a galley and learning how to cook and chef. So I was really impressed with that as I passed it in the cab. We obviously have our own HR department, finance department, logistics, supplies, stores, transportation, and such like. And obviously, one of our biggest challenges is the technical skill set. But we do offer a whole array of different disciplines. It's not just captains and technicians. And actually, I would relate to our HR department at the moment, who are hosting an event on Friday, which is hopefully going to generate more interest from the local population. We strive for ensuring that we give everybody equal opportunity. I know there are going to be some great debates on that subject. But yes, the moorings can be a great career, and we do encourage from the ground up. We do want to see kids coming in. We would support. It's great to know the CATS program is up and running again. we probably need to compare notes as we have done in the past.
All right, good evening, everyone. I echo the sentiments that has been indicated by everyone on the panel. Back in my day, when you think about the marine industry, the first roles that come to mind was a captain or being a stewardess or being a chef on board. Right now, we are seeing that there is a major shift from roles being in the office, being a lawyer, being an accountant, to that of being on the technical side of things, being in the marine industry. And so at the Labor Department, we see a lot of licenses for support licenses where you help in terms of cleaning, maintenance, but there's a wide range of roles. And then just to name a few, I think that was not mentioned.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have some brokers. We have the technical electronics installers, refrigeration technicians. We also have those who work in the boatyard. And so we recognize there's a lot of emerging roles within the marine industry. And one of the things that we do as a management team is to sit and discuss how we can reach out to the different schools within the territory to introduce these roles and to ensure that students are exposed to the marine industry from a very early age. So I was very pleased to hear a number of persons mention to begin this education process from a very early age. So, I just wanted to support that.
Well, I want to go into, I know I hear a lot of, and everyone else, we focus a lot on the kids, the students, high school, then we're introducing things at primary school level. But I mean, there are a lot of people that want a job right now. They're adults. They could be even transitioning in what they're interested in their careers. What skills or qualifications or personal attributes do employers in the marine industry look for when hiring now? And how can individuals best prepare themselves for these opportunities? Yeah, Ms. Moss?
Okay, so one of the things that we are doing at the Labor Department to assist BV Islanders to take advantage of these opportunities is part of our workshop is we do customer service workshop. We speak on financial literacy. Mm-hmm. We speak to them on their interview techniques to ensure that they're totally prepared, research techniques, researching the different roles so that when they go out there, they can properly represent themselves and they know what they're talking about. The other program that we have implemented was our men's program because we did understand that we have a situation within our territory with our young men who we have been trying to mentor. So that's one of the programs where it's strictly men, and we have other individuals within the territory who volunteer their time, and the ladies, there are no ladies in the room. So they sit and they speak to them about aspects of life, about preparation, about their role as men within the territory, within the family. And we had two very successful workshop for men. And that's one of the things, the initiatives that we have started to help prepare Virgin Islanders to take up these roles. Another thing that we have done is to focus on education. We realize that a lot of employers and employees are not necessarily educated about what is happening within the territory in terms of the different roles, about their rights in terms of the labor code. And so we have been focusing in the last 2 years or so in engaging with industry partners and the different stakeholders to bring awareness to what is it that we are trying to do and to raise the standards of the Department of Labor. A lot of the audience mentioned engagement and partnerships. I was quite happy to hear that, because what we are trying to do is going to take all of us, not just one department, to do so. So I'm quite happy to hear that they are thinking the same way that we are thinking in terms of preparing the youth for today, in partnering with us and the wider government to do so.
Okay, so maybe let's go to Ms. Dawson-Wheatley, what are some of the biggest barriers preventing Virgin Islanders or more Virgin Islanders from pursuing careers in the marine industry now?
Thank you. The barriers are several, but they are not overwhelming. We found that some of the key challenges is the limited knowledge about the range of careers that's in the maritime industry. Folks tend to think that I just want to get a captain license, and we may come to the college and do some courses, which I'll tell you about what we offer, in hope that that will land me somewhere. There's also the misconception that the maritime careers are only for experienced persons. I've seen many people in the room earlier who came through our Marine Professional Technician program or MPT program, where we took them through 4 months of intense training and took them from perhaps no experience to having an internship in the field, and thanks to all those persons who have assisted with our internship program. We also seeing financial barriers. For training in the industry, it comes with a cost. We've been throwing around the cost for the STCW training, which is about $1,500. We have the cost of all of our training on our website. So right over to my left, you'll see our board there that you can scan that QR code. It will take you right into our marine training website, and you can click on those courses. You can see what we offer, see the time, the duration of those courses and those costs. We are only asking folks to see how much they can, as possible, to invest in themselves. We have in the past benefited from several sponsors from the industry. We've had sponsors such as Unite BVI. There's been sponsors right now. There's the Let's Build Virgin Islands that's out there for full sponsorship from the Minister of Education for training in marine, culinary, and construction. That's out there, full paid. And we can only encourage folks from every district to take advantage of that, and it would kind of help introduce more persons to the industry and help them to eliminate that financial barrier. Also, there's a limited exposure to the industry from young people. Now, there are several programs out there that will introduce persons to the water. Our young people love the water. It's all around the BVI. We are small islands. But really, to get them into the training, it is as difficult in some instances as trying to get people interested in construction. Right? So we really are thankful for individuals with the CATS program to introduce the training to youths. We do have some training at the college, which I would want to mention, our internationally certified programs, which is STCW, the Royal Yachting Association training, where we do powerboat training. We would like to get into sailing. We will depend on the industry for support because we will need a vessel to assist with that training. In the room with me is our maritime manager, Miss Laura Arton. Just give a wave so folks can see who you are. That's our go-to person for individuals who are interested in training. We also have our VHF Radio Caribbean Boat Masters, and that is to prepare individuals for the captain's license through VISMA, and we have VISMA here in the house. We will encourage individuals to get their training hours in. We can only offer the prep courses, but we are asking folks to just go the extra mile and partner. We heard about coaching earlier and working with some of the other seamen who have been in the industry for quite a long time to get training. We have expanded our training programs, but really coming back to the challenges, we are really grateful for this session because it puts us in place to hear what the industry needs are and to help us with building those partnerships to help us bring the training to the people. So we are really, really grateful for this. And just to let folks know that there are several pathways to get into the industry. There are several entry points. The college offers a certificate of achievement in marine technology, marine services. And we also have an associate degree in maritime technology that will bring some of the practical skills and the entrepreneurial skills, the managerial skills for working in the industry. So we are a great start. We are not yet able to do everything, but we are listening to you, the people, to let us know what your needs are. And we go back to the drawing board, work with our Marine Advisory Committee. If there are folks in here in the room, we really want to thank you for your service, and we are here to serve.
Thank you for that. A question, Madam Minister.
Thank you. I have a quick question for Peter. You've been in the business since 1991, you said, or probably earlier. What do you look for in terms of hiring a boat captain or somebody to take a boat from the moorings right here, outside here, to Anegada and back? What do you look for when a young man or woman turns up, one? And then we heard a lot about all the training that's offered by both the
Labor and
college and the labor department. But then what I'm hearing, and in fact, Peter, you'd remember that's why we had the conversation. What we hear is that people get all this training, they are ready and qualified, experienced, and what have you. And next thing you ask them for a trade license to come and run the same boat from Anegada from Rotown to Anegada. What is your policy? And how do you really encourage BVI landers to become more involved?
If I can firstly mirror some of the comments that my colleague here brought up, I think one of the important things that we do need to underscore is actually the awareness of the opportunities within the marine industry. And that's also a necessity for us to actually go out and tell people. And I think we've actually started that this year with a younger generation that we're bringing here onto the base, giving them access to yachts, and some of the school kids that have been really wowed by that opportunity. We then need to obviously have technical training ability, and I can't underscore that enough. I think the director said we've got $1 million yachts, or I think it might have been Marjorie. These yachts are getting very technically challenging, and we're having to upskill, which we are here at the moorings. We've now started a training academy, a technical academy, run in conjunction with ABYC, which we see as a good marker for capability. And we've been progressing our matrix of technical skills on an upskilling basis, which means not only do our staff have access to this training ability, but they're also on a remuneration level and a career level being upskilled as well. We need it. We are in desperate need of highly capable electrical, especially technicians. And we're having to drive that technical challenge through in-house. And I'd like to reach out to the college to see what further opportunities there might be in the same disciplines as well. Also, I think that it's a question of access to the likes of us. It's just the ability to come and see what we do and give them time, give folks time on a student basis or such like. And we've had that success this year where we brought folks in on a short tenure from the college and the schools. We also have provided captain training. We've had a great result in 3 local captains that we hired and put through the RYA training facility. They all got Yachtmaster endorsed tickets at the end of the day. We sent them to England. a cold England at the time, as they were concerned, for about 3 months, and they came back on a full qualification of RYA, which was great. In answer to your question, Minister, yes, we certainly need to understand the passion, I think, was the demonstrated element of the captain next to me on the area panel. Somebody who really wants to get involved in the industry and has a passion for it. And personality, passion, capability, we can bring a lot to the table from that perspective. So we see opportunity in continuing to recruit captains on a full-time basis. I think that maybe we should talk to the college about your special request here, which is access to probably a monohull on a training basis, which I can't make any promises, but I'll ask my boss to see what we can do. But at least you can have a sail training vessel at your disposal on a regular basis. So I'll put a marker on that. I'm hoping to have answered your question, Minister.
No. I think they want to know too about, conditional. If you have the job, the person is qualified, but then now they need a trade license to be get the job entry. Or they may or may not get it, but now they have to pay the fees associated with the trade license and any other, other licenses that are attached to that, whatever type of job it is. If it's a captain and the captain license and the trade license and all the other taxes.
Well, obviously, yes. I mean, we are obviously guided by various factors. We need qualified individuals, whether it's a BVI Boatmaster's license, an RYA certification, ASA, and we will look at what those would be. We need the STCW. That's an absolute must. I think we've now cleared up this request about trade licenses. I will let the Trade Department answer that, but we might have been misguided about what we were being asked.
So Dr. Bob.
Yes, the issues that they had with the trade licenses that we understood that captains and they were ones who had to go and get a trade license to be able to operate within the moorings and other places. We had a discussion, was it about 2 months ago, talking about how these people, instead of being employed by the moorings, were supposed to have gotten trade license, and when they come towards the moorings, they would have not been selected because the moorings would have selected other people to work within the capacity. We had that discussion, and they stated to us categorically that was not so, that they actually do hire people who have their trade license as captains, and they have been working consistently. I think we understood that there was about 50% of the people that they have working on these boats from that they had trade license and they weren't actual employees of the moorings. I don't know if that figure was still is correct also. 50% you told us in the last meeting.
We have a roster, talking about captains alone, we have a roster exceeding about 30 captains, and Jonathan Cruz spoke earlier. He's obviously one of our roster captains. And we welcome further captains to that roster. We welcome the opportunity to bring them to the programs that we operate. And it certainly is easier for us to have somebody local partake in that particular profession.
Okay. We'll have one question there first. She already has a mic, and then then Honorable Luce, and then in the back. Okay, I got you. Oh my. All right. Questions. Go ahead.
Hello. Hey, good evening, everybody. This is kind of reverting back a bit, and we have moved on slightly. Sorry. My name's Emma. I run BVI Water Sports up in Trellis Bay, and I'm a co-founder of it. It's a locally owned company. But it was started with the whole thing of teaching every single BVI Islander how to learn to sail, swim, kayak, paddleboard, whilst they were still in primary and secondary school. So to come back to your things from earlier on, somebody said about passion, and somebody said about people flowing through. So I am also one of the people that does summer programs, okay? And the same kids come to the same summer programs every year. So there is a very small amount of new children coming into our programs every year. And 2 years ago, I went to find out why, because I had gone to all the local schools in East End, put flyers into every child's hand to invite them to come to an Easter camp. I hardly got anything. And the reason turns out to be because only 75% of the children in the East End schools, I don't know about the rest, but that's where I did my surveys, can swim. And a lot of their parents can't swim. So even though my program will take non-swimmers, lots of the parents are scared of sending their children into a water sports program because they can't swim themselves. So whilst this is awesome, I also am a powerboat instructor and I teach powerboat for the college. I'm one of the powerboat instructors that teaches the RYA powerboat for the college, right? I have been in the industry for 20 years before I started up my own place. I used to run cats. I used to work at the yacht club. I sail for the BVI internationally and world championships, right? So I have been throughout the industry for the past 26 years. And it is consistently because at a younger age, not enough children at primary school level are coming in and getting the passion because they can't swim and they are scared. And the other thing that happens is, and all the sports here have it, it's not just sailing, nearly any sport that the children are coming into, the parents expect it to be for free, okay? Now, athletics, awesome. Basketball, awesome. You can have a couple of trainers and you can have 25, 30 children. I run a 6-to-1 ratio. For beginners, it's down to a 3-to-1 ratio, okay? So the amount of cost it requires to teach a kid to sail or to have them safe on the water is a lot different to what it costs to run a baseball camp or a basketball camp or an athletics camp. So one of the biggest things that we actually need is sponsorship for programs like mine, and I would say there's three. There's the yacht club, there's CATS that does summer, and mine that does year round, okay? And I do everything, swimming the whole lot. Okay, but the biggest thing that we need as we talk about BV Islanders coming into the marine industry is we need to be doing it in primary school age. And everybody who's here, who has come through, needs to think about not just giving internships to children that are coming through, but how they are helping the primary school level. Because, like I said, Kat said he maybe has a couple of 5. I have some as well. We all have like 5 kids that are coming through that have been doing repeat camps year after year, okay? And that's out of, I run camps that have 28 kids per week in them, okay? CATS is at a similar number, all right? But if we don't carry on it and do something major to invest in swimming programs, water sports programs, teaching them from young, then this is awesome, but I know for a fact the college also has problems getting people into the MPT programs, because there is this drought of individuals that are not getting the passion when they're at primary school. So my biggest thing out of all of this, right, is if you have the means to support one of our programs at primary school age, please do, come and see me. We're desperate for sponsorship. We just want 3 instructors. We already have a swimming program set up. We have everything all ready to go. So my biggest thing that I would say is all these other things come on because you have them in primary school and you have them in secondary school.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. You have how many ministers and legislators here? Use your network, user resources. The college is here, labor is here. Put your flyer out when people renewing their licenses. Maybe the minister could consider other incentives. Thank you. There was another question. Honorable, oh boy, who have the mic? Where is the mic? Okay, Honorable, go ahead, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that the Department of Labor recently submitted a draft Blue Economy Workforce Development Strategy. And that involves integrating the blue economy into the primary school from primary 1 to Form 5. We are hoping that once that is passed, had the opportunity to go through it, that at the end of the school year, when the student is graduating, they would have an economy passport, a blue economy passport, which would document their journey from primary 1 to primary 5 in terms of workforce experience, different projects that they have been involved in, where the marine industry is concerned, and there would be a we're hoping to have a cross-curricular integration. So it's in the draft stage, and we have submitted it, so hopefully in the near future, we will have a draft policy and a model that we can follow to integrate the marine industry from our primary 1 through Form 5.
That's really great. Who has the mic? Quick question. Oh, well, then you got to ask a question. And then Honorable Luz, and then we'll go back to the panel, and then 2 more. John, I see Shireen, I see Benu. If I call your name, then that's it.
All right, good night again.
Go.
You ready?
Yes?
Okay. Yeah, so first of all, I think I need a little more clarification on the whole trade license issue with captains who are qualified, can do the job, still needing a trade license to work for a company like the Morans, if that's the case. Because that's what I understood from what they said. And if that's the case, why? I mean, like, because I know when captains are hired from outside, the South Africans and whoever else, they don't have a trade license. They're hired on as a captain. And then I'll say this, like, I grew up in Anegada all my life on the forefronts. From time the Morans was open in the 70s, my mother and father opened a hotel restaurant, welcoming the first guest to Anegada in the 70s. And I own and manage that for the past 25 years. So I grew up knowing the first captains that the Morans hired. They became friends, became family over the years. A lot of them have passed on over the years. But I also know the stories from them being phased out and the South Africans being hired and other people being hired. I know this from the forefronts and the first hand. So a lot of it may be people from away, whoever else being hired may be more qualified, but there is something to be said for local knowledge and like nobody's gonna portray the BVI like a BVI lander. Nobody's gonna be able to be proud of where they're from like a BVI lander. So to me, these are the people that need to be pushed. And I mean, I applaud what you said a while ago about sending people away, BVI landers, and bringing them back. I applaud you for that. I applaud the programs that you're implementing, and I hope you can continue that, I also know the horror stories where a lot of the local captains fighting with Labor Department, and standing up for their rights, and Labor Department not defending them like they should, I just hope that what you guys are saying and the programs that you're implementing, you're very sincere in them, and I do hope that more locals come to the forefront because, a lot of those older captains have been phased out or died off, and there's a big void right now in the marine industry with the local captains in the charter yacht or crew yacht industry. A lot of them have moved towards water taxis or day trip boats. I must say that I have seen more recently a lot of local chefs being on the boats, which I'm happy to see that. I'm very proud to see that more and more.
So you're saying, Mr. Wheatley, do you want it that labor probably publishes some type of, and not just telling people go on the website, I have my own feelings about that, but maybe publish the vacancies or how many roles are actually filled? If you have any priority roles that you want for BVI landers, do you want to kind of have subcategories, this is maritime type?
I would say my thing more from the Labor Department is I want Labor Department defending BVI landers when they take the grievances, to them, in regards to being overlooked for jobs, that they are qualified to do.
Okay.
And bringing in outside captains when they are qualified to do the same thing, and offer the local knowledge and take guests to where, you bring somebody from South Africa, they don't know where to take the people. They have to learn.
So, what does the labor have to say?
Well, I quite agree with you. We are here to both assist BV Islanders, employers and employees. I think for the last 2 years, the Commission and I have been focused on educating the public. And with regards, for a point of clarification where the captains are concerned, one of the things that we found was that if a company brings in a captain, you would have submitted a work permit indicating that that captain would be paid a specific salary and be working with your company. What we found was some of the captains were freelancing, so to speak. So they would be working with other companies, but their permit is held by one company. If I am holding your work permit, you work for me, and you work on my boat as a captain. Some of the captains would, on their days off or on their vacation, would freelance with other companies. And so in order to bring the yachting companies in compliance with the labor code, we've had meetings and we explain what it means when you sponsor someone. While BVI landers can freelance, they do not require a non-Virgin Islander would require a permit to be able to freelance. But non-Virgin Islanders were freelancing. And so we had to put, I would not say put a stop to it, we had to educate the businesses on what it means when you sponsor someone and bring them into the territory to work as a captain. They cannot be working on their own and freelancing with different companies, right? Because the information that you would have provided us according to the code would be false, right, because they're out there working as an independent captain.
Okay. You sure? Because we have a lot of questions and it's already 8 o'clock. My boat, my ferry. Oh my goodness. Come on, Mr. Wheatley.
Yeah, sorry. I know that a lot of the captains ended up freelancing. The local BV Islanders ended up freelancing because they were being overlooked for work. They were being put on the back burner, and captains from outside who on work permit were given false preference, and they were being paid a lot less. The captains who were brought in on work permit were being paid a lot more than the local captains, so they had no choice but to go and freelance. And I know that firsthand.
Can I ask Mr. Wheatley have a one-on-one with labor? We got a lot of questions, but let's stick a pin in it. I do have a question over there to the far left of me. Please ask your question. And then we go back, because why is there 2 mics? Honorable Luce, go right ahead.
Mine is related to what Mr. Lawrence said, and I want to say good evening to everybody. Now, as representatives, we get a lot of complaints about what Mr. Lawrence has said, and that's what the point that I wanted to make before he said it. So I support everything that he said. So we get a lot of complaints about the charter yacht companies overlooking them and bringing in captains from different parts of the world and giving them more jobs than they would get. So if you have 30 charters, they get the bulk of the charters. And then they're also asked to train these persons that are coming in because they don't know the waters. They don't know the waters like our local captains do. And they won't be able to give the guests an experience because they don't know. They don't know the anchorages, they don't know the different sites, they don't know the different ambiances of our different keys and whatever. Our culture, our heritage, our history, and to give them that authentic experience of sailing our waters. But the other point, I won't prolong what Mr. Lawrence said because he said it exactly right. Because we all sit here and there are all of us, we get the complaints. The other thing that happens is that the captains that come from wherever they come from, their season is over. Wherever they are, where they're from. So they're coming here during our peak season and they're taking most of the job. Now that's what's being said to us. We need to investigate that, right? And I know Miss Felina said it from labor. They are not allowed, if they're here on a work permit, they're not really permitted to freelance anywhere else. But what we need to understand is that our local captains are crying out. They are crying out because they're being ostracized in certain cases. They're not getting the bulk of the work where they used to get the bulk of the work. Now, the opportunities for those persons coming from different parts of the world to come here to work when their season is slow, are our captains allowed to go? Because the moorings has companies in different parts of the world. Are our captains allowed to go when they're at their peak season and we are at our slow season? Should there be an exchange for that as well? So I just want to point out the importance of listening to our captains. We need to come together. This is actually an excellent forum in which we're discussing all the other aspects of the industry, and it's very important to network and get some of the issues addressed. But this one in particular, with the local captains, we need to get to the root of it, and we need to get some solutions to it. So it means that all the yachting companies need to come together and decide what we're going to do, how we're going to help the local captains. Because the fact of the matter is, we are a marine destination. We are the sailing capital of the world. Yes, we have to give our visitors and our sailors an authentic experience. And we want our local captains to be able to sustain themselves, because this is the field that they want to be in. This is the field that they chose to be in. So we have to have them be able to be sustainable, to earn a living from it, and to be able to feed their families. And that's first and foremost in our territory. BV Islanders are belongers preferred. So we're going to go by the labor code, and that's what it is. So we have to come to some kind of medium where we can address, get to the bottom of the issues when it comes to our local captains. Everything else I agree with. I agree with using the students during the summer and doing some training, et cetera, but this is key. This is key, and I'm hoping that we will continue to have further discussions, particularly around this particular subject. Thank you.
You are quite correct on that. But it would be remiss of me to sit here and not defend the Department of Labor. I cannot speak for what happened prior. I joined the department in 2024. And since then, we have been focusing on Virgin Islanders and ensuring that Virgin Islanders are given first preference. Now, with everything, change takes time. What we focused on is first on educating your charter companies and employees on their rights. And we bring that in forefront. And at the same time, it depends on the situation that comes in front of us. Every situation is different. Yours may be different to someone else's. But we have been working tirelessly for Virgin Islanders, and I do not want to sit here and not defend that. But also we need you to work with us. Come in, engage. I am happy for this forum. This is exactly what we need. We need to explore the different options and how Virgin Islanders can be given first preference in terms of captain roles, as well as looking at how entry-level positions can be separated and assigned to Virgin Islanders. So this is the type of conversation that we need to have, and looking at the different options on how we can put Virgin Islanders first.
Thank you, Helena.
Sorry, can I just...
Go ahead.
I just wanted to address the gentleman who has obviously been here longer than I have, maybe. Essentially, we have lost, unfortunately, an awful lot of local captains recently. God bless them. I mean, we've been working with them for decades, and they've moved on. I would say that we are very specifically making sure that we are looking at the local population in terms of employment, first and foremost. We are hiring at the present moment in time. In fact, our roster is not full, and we need to do a better job at filling the roster, both locally and not. We see it as a great opportunity for growth in terms of hospitality. I think the gentleman earlier said it's a hotel room on the water. Absolutely. We enjoy the passion of the local captains because of their capability and understanding of culture and such like. And to address the question on, is there an opportunity in the downtime, I'm happy to say that we're looking at a global mobility program which would address that opportunity, and hopefully, if our bases in Greece and Turkey and Croatia will allow a passage of our captains going in that direction, you'll see that happening next year.
Okay, that's good news. But is that what BVI captains want?
Well, yes,
because I mean, he said it and the room was real quiet. I don't know. We have to kind of come to the table and ask them, what do they want? Is it that they want freedom of movement? Okay. And my dear man from Labor, you got to have another meeting. You have to have another round the table meeting with the board captains so you can get to the root of it. I don't think they're gonna, you have to wait for them to come to you. You have to reach out and have a stakeholder meeting, right? Okay, two people are gonna kill me. John had his hand up for a very long time, but the lady also have a mic. So who has the second mic? Can we give it to John? Oh no. Okay, go right ahead, ma'am. Ask your question.
Okay, thank you. I'll be quick. I just want to say.
Go ahead.
Yes, I won't be long too. I just want to say I really appreciate having meetings like this. This is really important. And I want to contribute as a Virgin Islander to it because I, as industry, I'm of course for profit, but I really need my government to be very long-term in your thinking. And so I really need a government that works for us. And so that's the place that I'm coming from with this important point that I just want to make. This is a very great forum, but it's not a development strategy meeting. I don't see nobody taking notes.
But we're recording. We have two cameras here recording.
I appreciate that, and I just don't want it to get shoved away and archived in just a file of meetings that we had in 2026. I need to make sure that out of this meeting we get results, and I want you to know, as a young Virgin Islander coming up, entrepreneur, I need to get more from these meetings rather than just being here to get information from us. So I really appreciate when you guys share information about your programs. I need more information from Labor. I need more from the college. I need more from all of these agencies. There's not enough agencies in the room. There's so many people missing from this room. Where are our policy makers, our decision makers? I need all of them here. So I just want to share that.
Here, the heads of the departments are here.
Yes, and I want more. Because where we are in our economy, our cost of living, our cost of doing business, entering in a global, international, competitive industry, unfortunately, I can probably afford attending a few more meetings, but I need to make sure that every meeting that I attend has a return on our investment. Thank you. And so I appreciate the first intention of the meeting, which was how to make sure that locals have a place in this industry, just as much as a marine forum. So I just want to put out there that I really want to see more of a marine economy conversation. What are our goals? Is our goal to have another 100 local captains? Is it to have another 100 marine tech? Because I just invested in my marine technicians that did go through some of the programs to only just watch a yacht charter company bring in their own marine techs. So we're now starting to see threats in other licenses, and we need to have those conversations outside of the general forum. So I just want to encourage more strategic meetings outside of the general ones. So thank you.
Thank you. Give that mic to John and go ahead.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank a couple of persons tonight too, though. HLSCC, yes, with your challenges, you have produced quite a few chefs and captains. Thanks to Starlink, I can sleep when my son is out on the water, all the way down in Grenada carrying a boat because we don't have space during hurricane season, and he's a chef. We have several captains out of Gorda as well. My nephew being one of them, I believe he works with the Maurins. And there are quite a few from Tortola as well. What we need to do though, is I always say it, we need to make the industry sexy. Where are those videos showing that you can make a career that is exciting? That's what the young people want. Exciting, sexy, and lots of money. I just got a message from my son. Yes, going to Croatia and those places are all well and good. It's good for experience. But guess what, people? The BVI pays more. And so that's very telling. And then some of it is still in the middle of our season because we don't wrap up until basically like June, July, where you have little peaks in between. But let's also look at how does HLSCC prioritize BVI landers for the marine courses, because it's a long way, there's a lot of demand. I'm not sure of the stats, so Ms. Wheatley Dawson, you'll be able to correct me when I'm done. I'm not quite done, to make sure that we have an idea as how many BVI landers as compared to others are in these programs. And labor, I've had to work with labor in the last couple of months. Lord have mercy, let me fix that LMS system, buddy. Especially for the small businesses. It is very, very, very frustrating sometimes. And Ms. Mars, I will say to you, you all have been very helpful. But let's give Mr. Leonardo Carlwood some help, buddy. The ministers are here. The 4 members that are here from the House of Assembly. We need help in the Labor Department to help Mr. Carlwood with the LMS system. You call, and to his credit, at 9, 10 o'clock in the night, this man answering you. So when we call for him and they say he's sick, what do I do as an employer? I have to just say like, okay, but I didn't want to leave here tonight without saying that you do your best, but we can do better. Let's make the industry sexy and make it passionate. Let's have some videos out there showing our local chefs and captains out there on the sea. Believe it or not, people look up to them. They look up to them by just seeing them on the street, but they don't know what they do. And if we put some videos out there showing what they do, I think it'll make a major, major difference for the marine industry. We're not against the industry, but we want to see our people in top positions. And before I go, while at some point, I don't know everything, but when my son started to say to me, Mommy, I'm going out on this boat, my next question, well, is it worth it? And all I had to do was see one paycheck and the tips. And I was happy, and money isn't everything, but thanks to Elon Musk and Starlink to keep my heart from palpitating and for me to be able to sleep at night. But this is a message to young people. If it's your dream, do it. If it's your dream, be passionate about it. It takes a lot of work. It's not something that will just happen without a lot of work. You have to be passionate, but you also have to know that you may have to tie ropes first before you start to swab the deck and you move up the ladder. It's the best way to do it.
Thank you for that. Do we gonna have
May
that
I
question?
answer?
Yeah, by Ms. Wheatley, and then after John. Let her answer, let her answer.
Mr. Samuel, Mr. Samuel, this is fair and done.
Well, we just need to answer the question about if we're prioritizing locals for the programs that are at the college. Yes, no, numbers?
Yes, we are very pleased to inform you that we have prioritized this. As a matter of fact, most of the students who go to HLSCC are local students. And most of the persons who are interested in the marine program are BV Islanders. So yes, we are developing them. I love the idea, and perhaps I'll throw something back at you. Let's get one of the next videos of your son in the industry, and there are other persons who are in the industry. I love that idea, and I believe it's something we can run with. We have a drone, we can send it up if it's to be done locally, but certainly I love that idea. Would help us to promote the industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
John, go right ahead.
I'm not
And then
gonna,
Benu after.
I'm not going to disappoint Honorable Smith. I'm going to be quick. The first point is I agree 100% with Ms. Flax in terms of attracting young persons. There are two types of people that will go into this career. One whose passion and calling is the sea, and we need to be able to identify them, pull them out, determine what level is appropriate for them, and then guide them on the correct pathway. I do a lot of counseling, a lot of young people come to see me, and I want to also open up the avenue that a BVI captain's license is not the limit for marine careers. And international licenses are also open, available, in high demand, rewarding careers, very good pay. And as BV Islanders, we can get UK MCA certification, which is premium certification in the maritime industry. And if our young persons are academically inclined, we need to push them beyond the BVI captain license. Right? The other group are those that we want to envelop a passion within them to move towards a marine career. And as Ms. Flack said, we have to make it appealing and attractive. We have not done that. And that is how we're going to get them in there. The issue of the captain and the trade license. Now, I'm probably get some blows for the next two issues, but I'm going to put them out there anyway. There are some issues in the system which is creating conflict and challenges. And I think this is how this issue is coming up. Because there are a lot of BV Islanders who want to be independent captains. When you become an independent captain, what you're saying is that you work for yourself. Whether or not they require a trade license is a question for trade to answer. But separate to that is that the captain then needs to understand that the employer is not responsible for your deductions and for paying your statutory payments. And this is where the problem comes in. NHI, Social Security, and Inland Revenue also need to understand that the employer is not responsible. Or else you're going to force the employer to say to the captain, well, bring me a trade license because I need something then to protect myself to show that you're not working for me. So this situation in the system needs to be clarified and made clear so that employers, people who are hiring independent captain, and a lot of operators are hiring independent captains, can be clear that when that captain says, don't take it out my money, that the government agencies are not coming after the employee for that, the employer for that deduction. The third point, which is the one I get most blows for, is is the issue of foreign captains. And let me begin by saying I'm 100% in support of having BVI captains in these jobs. But there is a real supply and demand issue that's convoluting this discussion. If you try to find a BVI captain in December, late December, or January, you cannot find a free BVI captain. So I think what's happening is all of the operators are saying, how much captains do I need to take me through the industry? And they're going and they're getting work permits at the beginning of the season to make sure that they have coverage for their charters, because they don't want to get stuck in high season where they cannot find a local captain to take a boat out. And I'm not saying that that is the entire issue, but that is part of the issue. So when we begin having these discussions, we have to discuss also supply and demand, how we're balancing this, and everybody has to operate at the end of the day. So thank you.
Thanks, John. Benu.
Sorry, good evening. I believe that Mr. Samuel answered part of my question. The question that I want to ask, which is two questions.
Is there anyone particular on the panel?
Which was related to the gentleman for the moorings,
Mhm.
was what does a captain needed a trade license for, but I guess Mr. Samuel sort of partially passed that through.
Mhm.
Next one would be for Mr. Dawson. Earlier, I want to say, he was saying to the gentleman from Peter Island that he would not like to see him do water taxi, right?
Uh-huh.
But I would just like to be straight. If you don't want to see a company in the BVI do water taxi, it is the government to stop the trade license from they doing it. Because if you give them the trade license, they will do it. Every company, call the numbers, have a trade license to do what? They own water taxi, they own charters, even though they operate a hotel. And I'm telling you straight up, every one of them have it. What does the BVI landers have when it comes to these big companies? Nothing. Because they do it on their walk. You go to the US, you don't have it. And we are the only territory in the Caribbean that pays to operate in your own waters, which is not right. Your own waters you have to pay to operate. Even to put a fishing line in the water, you have to have a license. The police are telling you, you come out, you can have a, what? You can have nothing on your boat if you don't have a trade license to go and fish. You can't have a fishing rod. You have to go on the rocks to fish. If you take someone out, you have to pay to take them out. Where else? Everybody doing what they want. It's just a BVI. I'm just saying.
So, Dr. Rob, you picked up your mic. You're going to answer that question?
Yeah,
Just a little bit before we go, before you answer too, it's 8:18. What time are the Virgin Gorda people leaving?
Virgin Gorda is leaving here. Can I go, please? And thanks. Do you mind? Everybody, do you mind if I just, we got to say, just leave?
All right, so we have to finish by 8:30. So you want to give us
I'm on
another
the
10
same
minutes?
boat. I need less than that. Who's Mr. Tola? I want to speak.
Oh, you want to ask a question, Gumption?
Basically,
go right ahead. Hold on one
first
second,
thing
Dr.
first,
Bob. Let Gumption ask.
Good evening, everyone. Some people might get offended, but it's life. But I've been in the industry for 13 years, to be honest. Some of these conversations is 13 years old, and we're still discussing basic things. So when I come to the next meeting, again, we still be discussing the same things from way back then. Like, we need tree protection. To be honest, we don't really have actual tree protection actually look out for us. We all talking about BVI did, BVI did, BVI that, but by the end of the day, we don't really feel protective. There's nothing that really protect us, the industry, from what's happening. Any hotel industry in the Virgin Islands right now can say, hey, how much are we paying green shirt industry to go to St. Thomas? Oh, that's too much money. We should buy a boat to just do it ourselves. How much are we paying Captain Benny to go fishing? Oh, that is too much for Bennu. We should just buy a boat and hire himself. Oh, how much are we paying this flight to go sail in Sunset Sail? Oh, that is too much. We don't have no real protection. You know, we've been talking about these things for years and years and years and years, and we're gonna come back to the same meeting and discussing these things again. And it comes back with the same licensing. My big customs should have been here. I don't know why they're not here. Whoever dropped the ball on that, disappointed on you. But customs should have been here because the service industry also start with having the boat license. If any one of you in here right now get a charter to go to St. Thomas tomorrow morning, you can't, you don't, you can, if you do it, it's illegal because you cannot go online in 2026 and purchase the cruise permit. So we can no longer guarantee a 9 a.m. start because customs may show up at 9 o'clock a.m., but Treasury is at you don't know when. Both of them showed up, but the system is down. I was fined already by BVI Customs because I went to buy a license, and the system was down, and I had customers in Gun Creek from Tortola, and I tell them, yo, I need to do this there. They are senior citizens. I just can't have them there. And while I was out, Mr. Romney from Customs called me saying shut down our operations because I'm illegally operating an illegal business. I gotta say, if I come from St. Martin, you know who I am. You want me to pay, you don't know me, but you're somebody who knows every day. Gumption, do your tour. When you come back tomorrow, pay the $22 for today and the current charter. But to treat me like a criminal, I think that is fair. But to don't go right now online, right now to buy a permit to do our 9 o'clock charter tomorrow is ridiculous in 2026. You know, we always speak about this e-government going stuff, but we cannot get there. Why can't we do this as well? So it kills it. So no one in here can guarantee a 9 a.m. experience start because you don't know when customs will open, if treasury will be there, and the system will be up and running. It's embarrassing in 2026. So the guest experience starts with all of that. We can't tell it 9 o'clock, or we have customs waiting, 9:30, then I'm on my way. That's terrible in service, man. But different time for a different topic. I appreciate you guys so much. For Benno has been a mentor. I made him in industry. He continued to be a mentor for me. A lot of you guys have made it my way to well. I believe this is Peter from the Moorings. My first time meeting him. I'm no stranger to him. But hopefully one day I will get apologies for him. His boat hit my boat. He never apologized. I never know who is the captain who hit that boat till this day. I sent numerous emails since July of 2023. And still up to this day, have not got a response saying, we apologize, we did things wrong, I'm sorry. Up to this day, but still BVI love. I have to go.
Thanks, Gumption. Go ahead. Dr. Bob, you go ahead and answer that trade concern.
Okay, so I'll have to be brief, I guess.
And then we'll wrap up.
As it pertains to getting a trade license for captains, that's their choice if they decide that they want to get a trade license. They come to us and they apply for their trade license, particularly if they want to actually be able to go out as an entrepreneur and seek their own jobs and stuff. So, say again. It is mandatory because yes.
It's mandatory
So if it is that you're going to offer that as a service, you are selling a service, and then hence you'll need a trade license. Anything, if you're offering on your own independently, you'll need a trade license to do that. If it is that you're going as an employer.
It's a mic.
If I have all the qualifications and I want to go to the moorings for a job, do I need a trade license? This is the question. And to be a captain. So the answer.
So, yeah. So let me just clarify my point. There was a statement that was made earlier on that stated that that a lot of BVI landers want to be able to freelance for themselves, establish themselves. So that's what I was saying, right? So and I said yes, you would need a trade license for that, right?
Mm-hmm. I think we're mucking up two things, but go ahead. At 8:24.
No, we're not mucking up two things. We're on the same point, but we are failing to agree to answer the same question, right? So my understanding, and I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, correct me, is that there are certain individual professions where you as an individual can provide services in the BVI without having to have a trade license. The question is an independent captain one of those? If I'm a captain and I'm offering myself as an individual for services at a day rate, do I need a trade license to do that? I'm not hiring anybody else. I'm just me operating as a captain. Do I need a trade license for that?
Do you need a trade license, Dr. Bob?
So no for that, right? If you're establishing yourself as a business, you would. But if it is that you're just offering your services and you're getting paid, so you go approach the moorings and those kind of different things, you want a job, you want to work with them, that you don't need that.
Okay, so you don't need a trade license to be an independent BVI captain, but certain, yeah, like the moorings, they require a trade license. So then clearly, is that a gap, or that's not a requirement?
No,
But people are telling their experiences. So is that true, or is that a gap that we need to figure out a solution?
if a BV Islander belonger comes to us and offers his services as a captain, we're not requiring a trade license.
Okay.
If he's running a business like a captain agency, he requires a trade license.
Okay.
Full stop.
Got it. All right. Well, I think that kind of answered the question, but we probably need another follow-up. And Minister, you're more than welcome to come and do the closing remarks. I mean, anyone else has any burning questions? Oh, Lord, yes. Lynette.
Yes.
Lynette, say your piece.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. What I want to say is that even though you talked about the day charters, we have also a problem when we have our captains going to St. Thomas and coming back to the BVI. They are going through a lot of stress because a flight might be late due to mechanical issue or weather. And then coming back to the BVI, they have a problem with custom and immigration getting back home. Our visitors have been traveling all day. Some of them have been told to sleep in the USVI, even though they already pay for the BVI. So all the government ministers that you are here tonight, we need to do something, either put money into immigration and custom and beef it up, or make sure we have a task force that can assist our captains to get back home at night, because that is where they should be. They should not be able to sleep in the USVI, and I live it every single day. And the Premier knows that I live it because I always make sure I get him involved. So we need to support them in getting back home, because it's a problem for them, and it's very, very stressful when they are told that they cannot come in at a certain time. And why is it the airport is open at 10 or after 10, 11 o'clock? But we are a marine and water base. More people come through our ports than they come through the airport, but they have to be penalized. Why is that? That is something we need to look into, and the sooner the better, because especially in the winter season, this is something that happens all the time. And I'm always there for our captains. Whenever they need me, I go way beyond to make sure that they are back in the BVI. And I don't care what I have to do it. I will continue to do it.
Thank you, Lynette. So I just want to give a round of applause for everyone's contributions here to the discussion. Our panelists, Felina Moss from the Department of Labor, Marva Dawson-Wheatley, Dean of Workforce Development and Continuing Education, Dr. Lincoln Bob, the Deputy Director of Trade, and Peter Cochran of the Moorings. Just give them a round of applause. And let's welcome our Minister for Financial Services with our closing remarks. Thank you all. I'm Adriana Savaral, and I've been your moderator.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you all very much. Thank you all very much. There's just, and everybody's running to catch the ferry. This is an inter-island event, so I don't want anybody to miss their ferry. I just wanted to say thank you, and I wanted to, there are a number of things I want to say. First of all, this is the first of several meetings we're going to have. So in response to the person who said this is the first of 13 such meetings, that is not true. That is one that I will defend, because this whole thing started, as I said, a few months ago on Virgin Gorda. And we do intend to continue the dialogue. I want to recognize the persons who really have contributed to this, including Ms. Zaira Wheatley. Zaira, please come forward. Nadia Turnbull. And I wanted to say, while they're coming up, that in response to Lynette's question, that the Deputy Financial Secretary is here, and she makes a very strong point, and we expect you to take that back to the Customs Department. Because I mentioned it at the start that we have to facilitate business, doing business in the BVI, and not make it more difficult. At the moment, we are not making it easy. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank you, Peter, and the staff of the moorings for your facilitating this meeting. Let's give them a hand for the canopies and drinks that you gave us as well. And I have taken, contrary to what was thought, we have recorded this session, and I have quite a number of notes that I have taken and that I will be following up on. Some very exciting suggestions came forward that we will be following up on as the Ministry of Financial Services, Labor and Workforce and Digital Transformation. This, as I said before, is the first of many meetings. We had something like, when we started, 70+ people here at this session. We had a large number, 30-something people on Facebook, and we had persons on YouTube as well. So there is keen interest, and this is not going to die. Gumption, I assure you that this is the first of several meetings that we will have, and we will have the next one in the fall. And we will be more specific in terms of the areas that we want to cover and follow up on. Thanks to all of you, including our panelists. Thank you very much.